Hello, everyone. Welcome in NECC. We all cool here, joined by my great friend and lovely person all around, Treasure. How you doing, Treasure?
Hi, Wes. I'm doing pretty good here. I'm ready for some semifinals here. We're going to be starting this off with the emergence bracket here. And we've got St. Ambrose University and Rio Grande. So these two be squaring off for that chance to move on to the finals beyond here. So there's some pretty big stuff here at stake. It's kind of the culmination of both of their seasons.
Indeed, each of them having a decent season. Of course, they had to contest with their top dog, the Carthage College, that did go undefeated. They're actually going to be playing the fourth seed right now, so that match obviously will determine which of these teams, whoever wins this, who their opponent will be. So, of course, there's two matches going on in this division at the same time to figure out who's going to be in those finals. And of course, we have St. Ambrose and Rio Grande, like you said, a respectively third and second seed. So let's see. I believe we have the rosters. We can pull those up. Let's just take a look at these players. Take a look at some of their majors and see what they're doing.
Yeah, so over here at St. Ambrose, we've got Fleegs, Ajax, Trojan, Heinz, and Boot. And even just last week, I actually had the pleasure of commentating for St. Ambrose in their quarterfinals match. And so someone that's going to be really shooting out there, dropping a 21 kill game in that first map last week is actually Heinz there. And he's a real all rounder for the team. Also participates on a couple other rosters in NECC brackets as well for other sports as well. So he's going to be really one to look out for. I would anticipate.
Yeah, the freshmen coming in and making an impact. Trojan, a senior, so keep that in mind. This might be their last season, so want to end with a good note. Rio Grande, though, on the other side, we have Caboosed, Captain Clutch, Azura, Terminal, and Quixie. You notice some fresh faces there, some freshmen. Caboose, the captain, of course, being the oldest and junior. So no one having their last season here, but of course, they still want to have a good performance. I mean, who doesn't? So the second seed, they did, in fact, beat Ambrose in the regular season. It was a 2-1, so they did go all three maps. And looking at maps ourselves, we'll see where we're going.
Yeah, it looks like right off the bat, we've got what's going to stand out to me. These are our most played maps in the league this year. It's really common to see, and they're all really comfortable for most rosters as well. Coastline, Clubhouse, and Chalet as that decider. There's the three C's that we just keep saying over and over again. Clubhouse is that evergreen, extremely played. It's called the scrim map. Everyone plays it. It's going to test all your fundamentals. And it's just one of those most played and most discovered maps. There's so much tech on there that everybody knows. Coastline and Chalet being a little bit of a newer addition, are both like really run and gun maps, ones that really encourage a lot of fragging out. And specifically, they stand out as the two attacker sided maps.
They do. And Coastline, we know that Rio Grande likes to go there, very much so. And that's where we're going to be starting off. The other thing to keep in mind is this is the last season that this map will be the map pool. We're going to be updating after this season to go with what the Pro League has gone with and other competitive leagues, of course, switching over to the 9 map pool. And Coastline is the map that is going to be removed. So this might be one of the last. I'd like to see the fuse with the gadget out to get that camera angle. It's beautiful. I think we're ready to go though, so we'll just jump in here. I believe it's going to be Rio Grande who chose this map. They're actually going to start on the attacking side. So we did mention before, normally this is an attacker side map, so could be an advantage both in the fact that it is their choice and they get to start on the attack.
Yeah, so it's one of those where it's uncommon to see an attack pick for that first half, but this is one of those maps, and so is Chalet, where it actually ends up being what you're going to want a little bit more. So on operator picks, we're not going to see anything crazy. The Thatcher ban is always a nice option, nice and safe, but not too necessary here on Coastline. In addition, I probably see someone looking at some attackers that are the flank watch is going to be pretty common. Banning out the Finca, though, is also something that we've been seeing in rising popularity as she's been pretty dominant in her position in the meta.
Oftentimes, the entry fraggers will be on Finca with the LMG now that LMG supremacy has come into fruition. We do see the Vigil being banned, though. This seems more like target bans at this point to
Oh,
kind of
absolutely.
try and shut down maybe a player on St. Ambrose. You mentioned before a 20 bomb coming out last week. Perhaps that player, Hines, would be the one on those ops. I'm not sure. I didn't actually cast the game with you. I was unfortunately unavailable.
Yeah,
So,
unfortunately.
you
Yeah,
know,
but actually, that's perfect. You can see directly there that Rio Grande was watching the tape. They saw that St. Ambrose was really getting so much mileage out of Hines just being almost undetectable in the defense, especially on this map specifically. So this is Rio Grande's map choice, and they want to dominate on this one. They don't want that X factor out there. They don't want Hines running around in their backline like a little slimy snake, impossible to get a hold of. So he's going to have to go for something different.
like seeing all the org backgrounds now. You saw the G2, TSM, and
Attackers need to
SSG
locate and
being
defuse
brought out.
bombs.
I think that's an awesome addition. Team or players can represent the org that they really like, you know. So I think that that's a great addition, just to be able to show your little bit of fanboy inside you while playing your own matches, like we're seeing here.
Yeah, I'd love to have some team backgrounds for some of the collegiate teams that we have as well. Maybe someday we'll get there. That would be pretty great.
That'd be
That
sick.
way, I could rep the teams that I'm fanning over when we're up here. But right off the bat, we're seeing some stuff from St. Ambrose on this defensive setup. Exactly what we saw last week. In fact, even Hines wasn't playing that Vigil on this objective, so he's going to be playing that Cool Vibes very heavily. There's a lot of investment over there, and the castles on the window are going to take away some time, punish Rio Grande for not recognizing that they're going to be up there. So they're going to have to spend some more resources opening up the castle barricades since they have not brought a sledge.
This is true, but they do have plenty of destructibility. Gone 6 probably in the back pocket of the Iana with her nades as well. You got the Sophia, of course, bringing those 2 breaching projectile charges, and then on top of it, you have these 4 Flores drones that you can bring. And you have, as you just saw, one place down, breaching charges in the pocket of the Hibana, which is odd. Normally, you would see flash grenades, but they seem to be aware of it, switch the utility. That's the benefit, I guess, of that now attacker repick. You don't have to repick the app, even just repick your loadout on the same app. So maybe they did a little shift that didn't quite catch it. Either way, though, slowly making their way into the building here, and a minute already elapsed. They're just gaining information, just slowly taking away some of these barricades we had mentioned before, just to get lines of sight so they can decide which avenue seems the weakest chink in the armor of St. Ambrose.
And St. Ambrose doesn't seem to be super mobile. Rio Grande was expecting it. They've got a lot of ground that they've covered. They're using that Jackal to scout as much of the first floor as they can to try and find someone, but there's just not that movement being allowed from St. Ambrose. So if Rio Grande notices this, they're going to be able to start moving in, taking more ground away, and they're going to be able to start pinching out individual players in the defense. So those first kills are going to be coming out here, I think, in the next 30 seconds at this rate.
Could be, but they have taken control of VIP. That seems to be the main push. A lot of bodies being stacked up over there. It's not honestly all that common these days. It doesn't give you the greatest avenues into sight. The peek from Fleegs is going to find Caboose, so that is going to be the opening kill in favor of St. Ambrose. The Sophia off the board didn't really use their charges either. You notice the utility is now going to be wasted on that side, and well, it seems like Rio Grande are kind of getting stumped here. You mentioned they didn't necessarily assume that this would be the site, or just didn't plan for the setup at the very least, and now they seem to be stalling out a little bit.
They have removed that shield from up on Cool Vibes, and that probably... it's at least going to force Boot out of position, but without anyone out there on Hookah Balcony anymore, that's not going to be an option to kill him. If they still had Caboose out there, that would have been a free one for them. And Ajax comes around with that flank. He's going to take out Terminal, and that makes Luggage a pretty safe place to be still. The attack is pretty focused up on the second floor hallway now, and that's going to be a little bit of a choke point. Luckily for them, Captain Clutch finds the first kill on Trojan for his team. They're starting to move up in tandem. That's another one down as Ajax takes one to the body. Fleegs is finding another one, though, making good use of that MP. UMP. There we go.
Yeah, that's the word. Quixie, though, trying to get a bring back, but can't do it. Ancient Boot going to get the last shot onto them on Cool Vibes. And first round's going to go to St. Ambrose with a solid defense. They're going to get some opening kills and carry that forward into a first round one.
Rio Grande did get a lot of pressure right there, but I think it just came down to having their players stacked up a little more. And a couple nice individual plays from St. Ambrose. You look at the peak to start things off, the nice flank up main lobby stairs, and of course finishing things up boot, just holding down the fort in the face of all that chaos around him.
Indeed, the Echo just getting pushed away by the Flores drones, but again, the timing and then the push was all one-sided and no one pushing with it. The flank up the Cool Vibe stairs, or not necessarily a flank, but just the push in general from the attackers, was a bit late if you were going to time it and pair with someone swinging base. And then, of course, they didn't watch Billiards, which is where they got swung by that UMP-wielding castle. So a lot of things just not going well for Rio Grande. They didn't seem to be aware of all the different angles, and it seemed like their push was kind of decided last minute. It didn't look like it was necessarily the push they would have originally gone for. So hopefully this time they're a little more prepared for what they want to do on attack, as they're bringing Castle again, and that's going to be a mainstay, it seems, in the defense of St. Ambrose.
Yeah, they do favor this operator quite a bit. Oh no, here's the test right here. Korvac actually pointed out that exact reinforcement right there before. Oh no, the adjustment has been made. Yes, there we go. They actually reinforced the other side. So it's actually nice to see. That actually is a sign that they've been watching the tape as well, getting ready.
Yeah, that would be kind of a mistake there if you're going to reinforce the right walls. That's the one that's going to be hidden behind the bomb chesty. So if you have the rotate to the left, it's just wide open for service. But here we see the Pulse gathering that information. That's why this character is brought now. Oftentimes, this opposite can play below, but they're not going to do so here. So the chance of C4ing from below is not available. They're going to have to just go for the gunfights with the ump. They're going to back away. This is Heinz, though. They're the fragging player and op in this case, hopefully. They don't have the best weapon for it, but certainly could get the kills. But here it is, a quick peek from Quixie coming through the luggage hallway is going to net that kill onto the Pulse. This is why I'm a little concerned, though. You don't want to have that Pulse out roaming above to get killed, and all that utility is wasted.
Yeah, I'd love to see Rio Grande capitalizing on it very quickly. You could see very obviously they had a drone on him, being able to try and pre-fire that angle before they'd even peeked at all. So they had the intel to work with, and playing in tandem with each other, having a player come up lobby stairs. That's exactly what you want to be seeing to deal with one of those roamers up in Penthouse, because that can be a really dangerous position to be dealing with if you don't answer it so quickly like that. So that's huge pressure, and they've already got all this vertical openings that they need. So the Sledge brought on this objective, he's like a must-have on Kitchen.
Indeed. The other thing that's unfortunate for the Pulse is there's no support. No one else is playing near them. No refrag potential. No playing off the information. Could have stayed on the Pulse and said, hey, they're pushing me from this direction and this direction. Someone else maybe playing VIP could have got the kills, or just baited them in and then get the kill. Whatever the case might be. You need to play together a little bit more if you're going to be playing the Pulse. Otherwise, now you see that information isn't going to do them a lot of good at this stage of the game. But at least it's down to a minute, so they do have time now starting to favor them on the defense of St. Ambrose. This Execute's going to have to start getting ready to go, but they do seem to have the angles for it coming in through Sunrise and down to Vibe and into Kitchen.
It's going to come down to some peaks here for the attackers. Caboose getting things started, finding a double kill. He had a triple kill here, taking out Fleece to cap things off, and Azura finding the final one for the team. That's a flawless on the attack for Rio Grande. They really did everything that we need from them. They started to stall out maybe just a little bit. It came down to just having to swing some angles, but they had the intel to work off of, so that's okay. They didn't need the hard breaching to start opening up a couple more angles, because the intel and communication, it really shone through that round.
Looked a lot better than the first round, for sure. They looked a little more lost on what they wanted to do. Obviously, the pick onto Caboose early in round one set them in a man disadvantage. They get flanked up main stairs. Here, though, they're able to capitalize, work together a little bit more, pinch out the player above, knowing no one else is up there, and then carry it around. They gave up a lot of map control, to be honest, on St. Ambrose's side as well, so it wasn't that hard for them to gain the map control that they would have needed. And then from there, you just frag out. You have the LMGs of Fia just pop off, and St. Ambrose didn't really have much of an answer, and they look at that round and they know that they lost it pretty handedly to the other team, and so they're going to look for a solution in another bomb site going up to Bedroom and Penthouse.
Yeah, here they're not going to have the same issues with the vertical pressure that they're really suffering from, but I think this might be one of these situations where the castle barricades might hinder them a little bit, where they're looking for it to help them. Is kind of limits their roaming ability or their rotation ability. This way, players that end up alone, it's going to be hard to come over and support them, to come out and try and find a refrag for them, just because there's some movement angles that are locked down. I mean, especially this one right here in Theater. It's going to make it hard to access the hallway, and the hallway has a lot of power positions, both on 90 and at the top of White Stairs.
Theater is really the place you need to take control of, right? Because the window oftentimes will make it so they have really good avenues, lines of sight to just take anyone out playing in Penthouse. So Theater is where they're going to be stacked up, and VIP. Right? Those are the two power positions. If you let go of VIP, you hope you don't do it too early. You can, but you just want to buy enough time. That's kind of what the castle has been brought for. But early on in the last round, we saw that they gave up a lot of map control and they lost the early engagement. So for St. Ambrose's sake, they're hoping to find an early pick, or at the very least just buy a little bit more time. They can't afford to just let them take the map control as fast as they did last round.
Yeah, and things are a little bit slower here. Rio Grande looking to come from the same place. That's that VIP wall, but it's going to be a little more complicated. They have some devices to remove, and a couple drones going in there. The Rotero coming in right behind a normal drone, just opening up that wall. They don't want to use any other explosives on it, but they still have to remove the electrification. That seems to be vexing Rio Grande at the moment.
Rio Grande is not gone below yet, and we do see Quixie entering through Sunrise, but they could send someone below. They have a Sophia, could just breach charge above their head with those projectile breaches and then take care of the electricity, or at the very least open up lines of sight to shoot the claw off if it didn't get it with the explosion. Either way, they're not doing that, and it is costing them a bunch of time. Now, they do have some flankers coming up the Cool Vibe stairs, but they're going to even have to contest with the wall here and just try and get things open up, get those lines of sight on the players in VIP. And they're not really going to have the greatest crossfires. Those players near Guitar are going to try and pinch with them. Quixie, though, with a nice shot onto Ajax, is going to open things up and at least give them some hope here, but they need to move a little bit quicker.
Ooh, there's Heinz finding that first kill for the defense. Azura pushing up a little too close. VIP has been, or still is, in the power of the defenders here as the attackers open up some more avenues of entry here, but that's the angle. Heinz finding another one. Caboose finally finds the refrag on him, though, so he's going to be removed. No longer that thorn in their side as they try and push up here into Penthouse. Some utility has to be removed from here so they can try and use some explosives, but that Echo drone still hasn't been located. That's going to keep feeding information to their defense.
It's 3v3, less than 30 seconds remaining. These attackers need to find an avenue. They need to find a way to get in. Caboose saving the day, though, trying to get these frags, trying to open it up. A nice wall bank from Caboose onto Caboose is going to seal the deal, though, and seal up that breaching area as Captain Clutch also is going to fall. Terminal now in the 1v2. 10 seconds remain. They have to find the bodies. They can't possibly go for a plant here. They have to push in through the doorway, and Ancient Boots going to get the last one. Triple kill to seal it off. St. Ambrose is going to take another round and go up by 1.
These are some big multi-kills getting traded behind, between the players on either side of the board. Caboose last turn gets 3 kills coming into sight, but this time pushing into sight, he starts things off, and Boot just shuts him down from this nice power position on Couch. That's not a common position to see because usually the top of the stairs, the wall right behind him right now, is actually what's usually going to be opened up. But keeping using that and making the castle barricades just take some extra time and stimming and attacks on VIP side actually makes that a really nice position to be at because Boot is so uncontestable right there. And you saw it like 3 times in a row. Every time someone moves in, he could be a different position on the couch. He could be peeking on the left or right side of it. It's so powerful if it hasn't been droned.
I'm going to be a little critical here. Rio Grande, they did not go and get a hard breach when they had the attacker repick available to them. So they got the VIP control eventually, yeah, but they only had a minute, and then what happens? They don't have any breaching capabilities. So they have to funnel through one of the doorways. No one got on the window to give them some overwatch there, so it was all just pushing through one doorway, and you would expect Ancient Boot to at least get a couple kills, and in fact, they get all 3 kills, so good job from them, but also just a poor job from Rio Grande. I'm just going to say it. You know, they've done so well in the regular season, and this is their map choice. I think that they just didn't perhaps drone properly to find where the bomb site was because it looked like they were a bit surprised with the lineup. At least they weren't ready to take that site properly, or if they did have a plan that didn't involve a hard breach, they just took way too long to get it done.
Yeah, we're at the end of the first rotation. 2 rounds going to St. Ambrose's defense, 1 to Rio Grande. Sorry if I'm offending with my pronunciation there, Chad. I'll try and do better if that's correct. But it's not what they were wanting here. They were really banking on a good attack here on the first bit. They still have some time to bring this back. There's still 3 more rounds to deal with, and already they've taken a lot of ground. This is exactly what we saw in first round, which was really looking good. But to start things off, losing Caboose, one of their star players, they do take out Ajax, though, so that's going to even things up, but they really want Caboose to round still, especially with the utility that they have blocked.
I'm not trying to be the negative Nancy here, but the pings were there right on the point where the player was, and Caboose shot to the left of it. I'm not sure if he thought they had moved away from the pings, but had he shot right where the pings were, I think he would have won that gunfight, and he just switched to it too late. The player had already stood up and started shooting back, and that's just unfortunate. So either way, though, it is an even man count, but Ancient Boots going to quickly end that thought. It's going to give the advantage right back to St. Ambrose. Half of the round has left, but at least Rio Grande are pushing a little bit quicker here. They already have an avenue into sight, but it is all coming from one direction. Can they make it work? Terminal getting one kill and then switching over to watch the flank.
Default and just about all of Pink Bar is now in control of the attack, but with the Echo Drone still in there, it makes it easy pickings for Trojan, who's going to keep up pressure behind the couch. Nades could be a problem for him, but he's still got some Jaeger ADSs and one of them out of the pocket already. Azra is trying to get the plant down, but still under the watchful eye of our Echo is going to allow Trojan to be the one with the 3K on this round, just absolutely tearing up this pretty linear attack.
And again, Rio Grande getting caught by pushing in from one direction. They don't have the pinch they need, and I don't blame them fully that round. They had lost man count early on, and everyone was there. You might as well go for it, but the Echo drones have not been accounted for a couple rounds in a row. It was feeding information last round. You saw in Penthouse right before this one that just ended, the round before that, they had the Echo, and it was feeding a lot of information into where these players were pushing from, and it's not letting Rio Grande have much of a surprise attack, and that's kind of what you need if you're going for a one-sided push. You need some split screen crossfires. I don't know what you got to do there to make it happen, but they're not doing that. They're not crossing and checking some of those boxes that I consider to be somewhat basic ideas. They're just going for some really linear pushes like you had mentioned, and it's costing them a lot here.
Yeah, what I'd really like to see actually in a direct answer to the Echo would be an IQ right now. Like you're saying, they got the attacker repick. They've got some options to use here, and they've got a lot of utility on the board right now. I think they would be able to spare a little bit of that. I mean, even switching out someone else to the Zofia and putting Caboose on the IQ. That way you keep him around longer by a little bit. He's still got a good gun available and is able to be kind of the first one in, have someone drone in ahead of him. That way you can take out those Echo drones, or at least give some information on where they're going to be, because getting caught out so hard by those 3 rounds in a row is not going to be the thing that gets you into the finals right now. That's going to be a big contingent on these last couple rounds, especially this last one. There's no Echo on the board this time, though, and Rio Grande looked phenomenal on their attack on Kitchen before. So if they're able to pull off the same thing, that's what we're looking for to get back in contention for this first half.
You say Rio, and I'll say Rio, and then one of us has to be right. So, they can't be too mad. So we're just going to play the game that way. We're going to hit our bets. Yeah. We're going to see the Flores being brought again. And it's okay. Like, it's been somewhat useful in some circumstances, but it's been kind of hit or miss with the utility. I do like the fact that they have brought the sledge. The C4 is going to come out. Is it going to catch anyone? We'll wait and see. It doesn't. There's a little bit of damage to Ajax, actually, and then he gets taken out by Catch and Clutch. And shots from Ancient Boots trying to find the angle. He knew where the player was, but I think the beams were just at the wrong angle for them to actually land really any of those shots. So it was a valiant attempt, but it didn't really net anything. And so these attackers are going to stay above and just keep putting pressure onto these players. And in the meantime, we see Quixie pushing in through Sunrise. So that could be the tandem, the push from above and the push from Kitchen. This is how they won this bomb site last time on attack, and it looks like they're in place to do it again.
It is looking really good. They played this so well, and they've got that same pick right off the bat to start with. They've got some intel, too, to be working with, watching the rotate right on B-bomb chassis. And with a couple players over here on Kitchen Door, all they need is a little bit of information to work on, and Caboose might just pull up and tear through Kitchen once again. Sitting there with the LMGE poised and ready to go, just waiting for the communication from the team as they tear things up upstairs. St. Ambrose could really use something like a flank right now. If they have someone pulling up into VIP, they could wreak havoc on that, figuratively speaking, backline of Rio Grande upstairs. But there's just not going to be anything like that. St. Ambrose is very comfortable to sit in one position. And right now, that's exactly what I'm going to go back on myself. This is going really well for them, actually, because the timer is just ticking down. And with less vertical pressure now. Yeah, there we go. There's the mark for Rio Grande. They finally pushed through and got that window open. Caboose pushing and find the first one just as we suspected. Captain Clutch is going to go down, I think, in a frost mat. But Kitchen has been fully blazed through. One player still left in. Storage is going to be down as well. Caboose finding his double, and he's got a mark on another one. Himes finds 2 elsewhere, though. Terminal goes down. Caboose finishes it off. He still finds the 3K, just not the one that he was looking for there earlier, I don't think, but does get the frost back here.
Yeah, well, we came in gunning, got the kills necessary, and it worked out. We see the push in, and that's going to be Ancient Boot on the Jaeger, just slapped in the face, holding that angle on the doorway, gets shut down. And like you mentioned, a flank could certainly have helped there, and it didn't come through, and they just sat on their loiters. Like, they just thought that they were good, and time didn't favor them that much, right? They still had about 40 seconds, I believe, when that push started to come through. That's plenty of time for these attackers to just bait out some kills and bait out a plant just to get them to start pushing, because they have to try and deny it, right, if that comes through. So either way, that was really playing to the tune of Rio Grande yet again. They have been dominant on that site, but now they have to contest up with Penthouse Theater. They had lost this last time, and they didn't bring Hard Bridge. This time, they might have it in the hands of Zero as a secondary gadget, so that at least could allow them avenue through that main wall and through VIP towards the bed area, and that's the typically default plant position, but last time wasn't available to them, and they need to keep that player alive if they're going to go for it.
10 seconds to go.
Yeah, that's going to give them so much more time to be dealing with. That way they don't have to funnel right through that position in theater. They're going to be more aware of that as well, so that might even be the possibility of players coming up white stairs and actually opening up that wall, which is a great line of sight. It lets you see all the way through theater. If the wall's still soft on the southern side of the doorway between theater and penthouse as well, it gives you line of sight all the way through to the other objective as well, which is a real power position. Once you can take that, it makes it really easy to plant on the other side, or at least threaten the possibility of a plant over by the theater side. The attack is going to be coming partially down from the south, though. This is Quixie looking to find some footprints and shut down any roam. He's been doing a really good job of doing this very quickly and very early on in the round, making sure that Radagon doesn't have to be watching out for, especially the Heinz. That's what they're especially frightened of in this situation, is Heinz coming around for some crazy flanks that are just going to tear up their attackers, who are especially on cams, like those supports. But there's not too much pressure up there, and Quixie is doing that job, dealing with that really early.
That's a nade from below, I think. Either way, it was a nade that got a kill, and it was, yeah. There it is, from below. I was actually going to comment that earlier in the game. There's some players playing in Aqua that they gave up the bottom floor control, Ambrose did. And so they could have done that earlier in the game, I thought. Here it comes through. So I'm happy to see the adjustment. I'm happy to see the kill coming through. That's the opening engagement going on the way of Rio Grande in this case. They're going to find that last body that is lurking in the VIP section. They know that they aren't really looking at them at that moment in time. They're going to start to lose out on a fight. They lost one body, but they do get the down onto Ajax. So while Azura did die, it does at least allow them to get the kill. But the problem with that is that was the hard breacher. That was the player I mentioned. The operator that they needed to open up the wall is no longer there. They got the wall opened up into VIP, sure, but now they have to push through doorways and funnel in.
Yeah, and here they're putting that push in already. Caboose dropping from up top. He's at lower health, though, so peeking all the time with LMG is going to be a little more risky, trying to throw out all those explosives to try and flush out some more of the defenders, but it's not going to find any more kills. They're just going to have to face peek here, especially with fewer drones on the board. Captain Clutch has used all of his normal ones. I guess he still has some gadget drones as well. Oh my god, that's a scary place to be rotating across, but it's going to get Captain Clutch into the default plant position, and that call's going to come out. Boot sees his opportunity. He's going to do that. There's a Trojan C4 from below as well. That's going to leave the defuser out in no man's land. Caboose running out, dropping the gun in order to try and find the mark there. Boot still has a drone over there, but I don't think saw him go over there. They don't have a chance. Fleeks is trying to just keep the player pinned in the corner as his teammate's going to find one kill. There's two more left to go, and they finally have the man advantage here. Caboose peeking, finding another one. It's a 2v2, and Boot is the one doing the work here. They just have to find Terminal, and so 1v1 with Diffuser down.
Ancient Boot is going to have to make it happen. Could go for the plant defuse and just bait out this last player who is lurking behind them. They go for the bait. They don't stick it. You can see it now. The sound cues are going to give that away. They have to really try and at least convince them that they are sticking it. They went for it, and then they actually get the kill. He fell for it. Terminal falling, and now it's going to be the win for Ancient Boot. He's going to win that last round, getting the 2-4 split from St. Ambrose. They do come away with it in what should have been a round one by Rio Grande in reality, but the bait catches the prey and the predator pounces. That was amazing stuff from Ancient Boot. And now Rio Grande in their own map, which is normally attacker sided, they're gonna have to show us that this is an odd day where it's gonna be decided, and they have to try and at least bring it to overtime.
That was one of the best positions to have to clutch in you could ask for right there. Boot already on fire with the defuser playing a position where he can actually line himself up. And he did. We saw him kind of look backwards. He flicked for just a second to check to see that the bomb chassis was actually going to cover his back while he started baiting for the defuse. And he still had drones up. So his teammates could feed a little bit more information to him and give him just a little bit of a heads up. And just bringing it home so cleanly. And I think this really marks one of the concerns I had for St. Ambrose coming into this match, which was I was worried, especially on the defense, that they would be relying, even crutching on having Hines explosively fragging out. But Hines is negative off of the back of the first half. It's Boot who's sitting on that 8 and 2, and it's Trojan who's also gotten a 3K that is taking turns, is what it comes down to. All the players in St. Ambrose really carrying their weight when they need to.
If you look, actually, in fact, the only player who is positive on that side is Ancient Boot. And on the other side, it's Caboose, the only player on their team who is positive. So it's really two leaders on each team just trying to make something happen, trying to bring their team over the finish line. Obviously, there has been rounds where different players have just stepped up. But outside of those rounds, have been pretty quiet, honestly. And so those are the two real consistent players just trying to make it happen. So Caboose has had a couple of triple kills, and yet they're still losing. So clearly the star power isn't the way to win. And a lot of it has come back to St. Ambrose having setups that have stumped Rio Grande's attacks. They only won one bomb site attack, which was Kitchen 2 times. Outside of that, they had no solutions. Here, though, they're going to be starting in Kitchen themselves. So is it the bomb site they want on attack? Maybe it's the bomb site they feel most comfortable on defense as well.
Yeah, this is going to change up the pace of things quite a bit. Rio Grande maybe having more opportunities for the rest of their team to find their opportunities. It's a little more comfortable on attack. And it is Caboose that's upstairs already getting marked out as the alibi. So he's got that 3 speed. He's got quite a bit of utility on his kit, just like the revolver to make it rotate if he needs. And he's already placed his shield and gadgets. So it's not terrible if he dies, but the star power that they really don't want to be losing. Quixie does find Trojan here right off the bat. He gets 1 explosive off, but that's going to be the rest of the fuse charges dead in the pocket.
Wondering where that kill came from. Gonna be pushing up in the hallway. They didn't see it coming. Hines gets shut down. Quixie, the second kill in the round. They might have got a kill from up here on the hatch. Captain Clutch finding Fleegs is going to get another one for them, but Ajax does find a refrag on the terminal, at least allowing St. Ambrose to not feel too bad about this round. It's a 2v4. It's not great, but at least they aren't being flawless, and they do have a chance here. 2v4, we've seen it happen. Doesn't happen all the time, but certainly doable. They have plenty of time as well. If they could pair this up, they know there's some players roaming. They might be able to pinch them out or just catch some ones, win some gunfights, bring this round back into at least a manageable position. But so far, they're just kind of waiting around, hoping that one of these defenders will peek them. We'll see. We're going to see if they do.
I think the best part of Rio Grande's attack that we're missing from St. Ambrose is the roam clear, because we didn't see any of it really come out. We saw the scan on Caboose, but there wasn't any follow-up, no secondary angle to be kind of catching him between, and that's the benefit of all the windows on Coastline. It makes it really easy to do that with Quixie going entirely under the radar and just tearing through St. Ambrose, leaving them in this position. With 30 seconds left, it's going to be really hard to find anything, especially once Caboose finds a kill. There's one for Ajax there, keeping in with the numbers, and he finds another one. He's coming around totally no, sorry, he has been pulled up on entirely from behind by Captain Clutch. Just finishing things off here, getting a couple kills though, as those keepsakes for the round.
St. Ambrose showed that they were competent on defense, and we were pretty, at least I was, I'll admit, pretty critical of Rio Grande on their attack. I thought that they had lost control in a lot of situations of the clock. They had let it slip away, and then they had to funnel in and had singular pushes, and it didn't work out. It was one-dimensional, right? Here, though, their defense has looked a lot better for Rio Grande. So you got to give credit where credit is due. St. Ambrose kind of stumped themselves, and it's on a different front. We saw execute on the site was the weakness of Rio Grande. Here, like you mentioned, the roam clear certainly a problem that St. Ambrose has to find a solution to. Otherwise, they're going to lose the advantage they had built up, and they're already down to just a 1-round advantage. And if they let it slip too far, momentum could build against them.
Being up here at Hookah is going to be what's usually considered that main objective. So it's a little interesting to see it going second. Nothing too crazy, though. And this is going to force St. Ambrose looking at a slightly different roster here. And they're taking some different attacker repicks here. Really interesting thing, the glass. The Ying, I wouldn't be surprised by at all. The combination of a Ying and an Osa can really just take an objective by storm. Osa up on the window, holding really strong angles, especially Hookah Bar. And the glass here, I'm not totally sure what they're going to be using him for, so I'll be interested to see.
There is an angle, and sometimes you see Callie do this, but it could be the glass, and I'm not sure if they're going to. But sometimes they'll be over in the ruins area shooting through the double window, and they're going to go for an aqua take and go to plant on that bomb chesty, while the glass just has overwatch from that position. And then you pair it with the Ying, who's going to flash him out and bring smokes. You know, that allows the glass to have the sights through the smoke, so that's what his power does. And know that there's some viewers who might not know all the operators. Glass is a sniper rifle, and his optic there on his gun can allow him to see through smoke. So that's a powerful combination. But they aren't going for what I would consider to be the normal take with the glass. They're actually going to go for an aqua take, and he might still have a long-range shot from ruins in through this door of Hookah.
There's 3 players here, 4 players actually, stacked up on Hookah Balcony here. That's a lot of investment of resources on one spot right here. And losing the Osa shield means that they are not going to be able to have such a strong location to be attacking from. Azura finding a kill as well is going to take away some of their wall-breaking power and a lot of their fragging power that they've been having with Ancient Boots and on that in-for record. The one positive player on their team right now taken away. And they won't have the Yings to go and flash up a room if they're just trying to take it by storm. They're kind of stalling out here with half the round lost and no pressure inside. They're going for a smoke here, assumingly trying to bait out some utility for a plant. That fragment's going to go in, not finding a mark and not taking out a shield, while Heinz is just trying to find the player out on Cool Vibes who has previously been on the shield and is vacated in the face of that.
Pretty unfortunate to lose the Ying, excuse me. But that's smokes and Ying Candelas that weren't going to be utilized. So this execute becomes a lot harder. The jump up through the hatch could catch him unaware, but Azra going to do even more damage. A second kill onto Trojan. So they're just the front runner of the Vanguard here and just doing their job well, getting 2 picks. And now St. Ambrose, yet again, having issues in the early round. And it's going into the later round as they've just stalled out completely on their point of aggression. They haven't gotten any gains from this, only losses, and it only goes further. Azra, a triple in the round, in fact, now, and going for more, picking out onto that balcony. Can't quite find the shots, but they've done the damage. 30 seconds remain. Ajax can find Quixie at least, but still many more bodies to be found. Not a lot of time to do it. 25 seconds remain. Seeing the angles being open up, Terminal will fall from Fleets, so that's at least going to allow St. Ambrose to get an execute attempt here, but not quite able to catch up.
15 seconds left.
There's that triple kill for Fleegs here as a great answer to the triple kill coming out from the defenders. Ajax is able to get the plant down. Captain Clutch is just trying to find an angle that's going to allow him to make this retake happen. Now this pressure on the Hook is going to totally flip around. It's so good for the attackers now. And Fleegs finishing up with a 4 kill in the round, bringing this one back from the jaws of defeat.
Had a little bit of a replay bug, I think, that came in, so apologies for that. But we do at least get to see the end result, which is Fleas going in and going massive. They were down 2-4, and somehow in the split second of time, they've already found the bodies and getting a plant down. So that was impressive stuff from St. Ambrose, just pulling out victory from the jaws of defeat, as they say. And now they've continued to hold that advantage. It looked like it was about to slip and go 4-4, but instead now up 2 rounds yet again, 5-3. 2 more, and they win this map.
Defense is going back upstairs on Hookah. They can't go kitchen yet. And it looks like they're not nearly as confident as SAU was about going to Penthouse or even Blue Bar and Sunrise Bar downstairs. Those objectives take a lot of cohesion from teams to play. They're weird. There's a lot of different ways to approach them. There's a lot of ways to defend them. So going back to a nice consistent objective up here is always going to be a nice move right there. Quixie, unfortunately, losing some HP here in the Proud Round. You're never going to like to see that. And that's one where Quixie has been making a lot of impact in the early rounds too. So just taking a couple extra bullets could really turn around on its head.
5 seconds left before insertion.
Well, seeing that they have a decent roam game going, and throw some beepers around as well, just to give some more information to themselves. So The thing is, though, that isn't going to do them a lot of good if this is a similar execution to last time, because it was really all pushing from one side. Now, it ended up working out for St. Ambrose, so I'll give them credit there, but it was really one-dimensional. They did just push through that one doorway, somehow made it work. The angles from the window, of course, did allow them to have some crossfires, so that's a little bit better than a singular doorway, but still made something happen that really Real Grand kind of let slip away. They had a man advantage. They knew where the push was coming from. They had time even on their side, and they still weren't able to bring it to fruition for themselves. So here they're trying to make up for that, but it's not starting off on the right foot as Trojan getting that opening kill onto Captain Clutch.
Yeah, nice little angle right there into luggage to start things off. I didn't quite see it, but it's just right through there in the window, taking out the player at the top of the stairs. And that's a nice start, taking out one of the roamers on the other side of the map, as Quixie's going to be starting to line up through lobby to try and find a flank. They now know that those beepers are going to be in a little more relevant a position with St. Ambrose pushing up in a different spot. Azra is still going to be the first player finding a kill, and he's taking out Fleeks, the player that had the 4K last round, so no repeats of that. He's not going to be taking one back from absolutely nowhere this time.
Indeed not. Shutting down that A's hard breach dead as well, so if they're going to open up any walls later in the round, maybe get some more angles on the backside of Pink Couches there, it's not possible anymore. They're going to have to rely on the Maverick, who you really wouldn't want to have repel onto that wall, so they're usually just going to be there for the nades at this point. Now, if you look at the drone economy, they do still have some availability on the Nomad's Pocket, the Yana, and of course the Zofia, so they have plenty of drones here. They could still get a lot of information gleamed on what these defenders are doing, but so far, it's just not coming through. They do have some air jabs they can do, at least shut down some of these flanks and some of these push outs, but they need to start thinking about what do they want to do for an execute. They're getting some concussion nades shot in, but so far the angles are still going to be locked down. Now Trojan does get the kill onto Quixie, but a quick refrag from Azra is going to keep things all evened up, and they're still fully stacking on this push.
And there still are two defenders watching from over here, and there's some Thorn gadgets just waiting to pop up. I think one of them actually went off right there. Ajax baiting it out, and is also baiting out the push. Hines is going to finish that one off, taking out Caboose, and he's going to find another one right here, finding Azra's head. The player's been tearing it up here on the hoop. Defense is Infernal is forced to push the exact same angle. His location has been noted here, and oh no! What a rough way to go right there. Tactical timeout getting called right there, I think, on a match point as well. So that is going to be the time to use it if there were any.
That Thorn, which I think might have been Caboose even, I can't quite recall.
Yep.
That was a misplay. Unfortunate. But had they
push
gotten
or throw in the gadget?
both. So they threw the gadget, hits the bomb chassis, so it can't hit that player who's going to be planting right on the other side of it. And then they go for the swing. There was no one who was shooting at them yet. They could have risked it. If you're going to risk a swing, maybe risk grabbing the gadget and then throwing it again. Again, that you don't have to risk your body. I mean, you knew that they were starting the plant. You could have had your friend go through the rotate and then distract them and get in that gunfight while you grab your gadget and throw it again. You know, just to communicate, work together a little bit more. But they went for individual swings. You saw it over and over again. The swing on the bomb chassis and then the swing through rotation. They're not pushing together. They're not swinging together, meaning the refrags are not going to be there. You're giving them ones. And then Azra did miss some shots there when they were on the rotate in the first place, which allowed the kill to come through. And then, well, the gadget at the end, we just saw it killed that last player. But even if it hadn't, you know, it's a post-plant angles being watched. Like, it was pretty much a done deal at that point. But had the Thorn got the gadget in the right position, it could have been a very different round. So it's just an unfortunate thing. But also, decisions weren't made in the wisest way, in my opinion. And again, not trying to be too critical, but it's a team game. You got to work a little bit better.
Yeah,
together.
I think a big key is that if you can minimize the chance of yourself actually getting killed off in a fight, you want to take that. Things like finding some off angles to be fighting from. I think Ryan Ground actually had time to send someone down luggage again and try and split those angles instead of just taking the same angles. If you got two guys stacked up on the same angle, it's going to be really hard to find your mileage, even if you do peek out at the exact same moment. And the Overwatch there was rock solid. So they're just testing the aim of Hines every time that they swing. Doing something else is going to give them a much more guaranteeable result. Even if they're going to die from two angles, they're at least going to have a little more pressure on the bomb right there. And of course, using the utility and not denying, that's going to happen. But you can't panic is what it comes down to. And it's also, we've seen both these teams end up making a lot more one-dimensional pushes, and that kind of brings us down to these fights where you're just peeking the same angle and there's going to be 4 deaths on the same couple sightlines.
Well, The rough part about this whole situation is that this is their map choice, and they're going back to the site that they've won, and they could very well win it again. And great job if they do. But that shows me that on attack and defense, they've won one site. You can't choose a map and not be able to win other sites, whether on attack or defense. And in this case, that means that the pressure is going to be on them to prove us wrong at this point, because they very well could win this bomb site, like I said, but they're still down 6-4 at that point. It's not going to be enough. So they need to start here, get a round one, Rio Grande does, but after that, you know, you have to find success somewhere else on this map, and you have to change things up a little bit. You see the immediate push coming through, trying to get a plant down with the smoke coverage. You can see Ancient Boot does get the kill onto Azra to open things up, so this attack is coming through. No one's here to stop it. They're not even aware. It seems that the plant went down, and now a post-plant situation. Terminal can find one body. The shots miss, but finally do land for Captain Clutch onto Fleegs as well. So a 4v3, so it's very doable, but the glass is going to shut down Captain Clutch immediately. Trojan with that kill. And a 3v3 post-plant is not a situation that Rio Grande is probably very happy about.
This is an amazing call out to a wide roam from Rio Grande. They've switched things up, and so has the attack. It's just going to be coming down to find these angles. Quixie's going to find one of these players out here, finds a second one as well, and Caboose is finishing things off.
Oh, they got it.
Well.
Nice.
Yeah, despite such an early plant that Rio Grande was just not prepared for, they did a great job of keeping their heads cool, finding picks one by one, and that takes a great amount of cohesion between the team. We saw a couple players not even swinging things where they knew they could come out and probably find themselves a kill, but they're gonna wait until they had some intel or maybe cross angles like that one that Quixie found right there while player was on the window, keeping a distraction up. He had a great opportunity to find a big double kill there and keep them in this map just a little bit longer at the very least. They're still down on match point though.
Indeed. So like we had mentioned before, great job Quixie going in that rotate over to Sunrise, getting that angle. It's a common angle. They weren't watching it though, so that's a post-plant positioning issue, at least the angles being watched issue for St. Ambrose. They weren't aware of it, and they get punished for it. So good job from Rio Grande, though, to know what those positions are and to move into them immediately, knowing that they had no time to waste. They get those picks, and they're able to recapture a round that did look like it slipped away. That plant was probably not in the books on their agenda that was supposed to go down, but they managed to win it out and get the defuse in any case. But now they have to, again, prove it to us. Can you win on another site? You have two options here. They lose in the next two rounds or go to overtime. That's really the choices that they have to make.
It's just that simple.
It's do or die, right? They're on their back foot. They've won the site that we've seen them win all map. Good for them. But here is where the rubber meets the road. They have to win this round and show us that they aren't going to let this team bully them anymore. They are going to actually start winning some gunfights. They can win some early engagements and then carry it through. That's the thing. Carry it through to a round win.
Yeah, and we are sort of going into some of this uncharted water here. Rio Grande hasn't gone to Penthouse yet at all. Only Kitchen and Hookah so far. And they've won every single round on Kitchen on both halves. Just like you were saying, they're showing us that they're definitely the better team on Kitchen. But here they've got to show us that they're the better team on Coastline. And they've got to do it for a couple rounds in a row. Already they've got an answer to the electrification on VIP room. They're doing this much quicker, but there's a slightly different defense from the defense as well here. That's an impact trick. Nice. From Caboose is going to make sure that they can take a little bit more time and a little bit more resources from St. Ambrose.
You love to see it. You don't see it too often. And you love to see it, especially when you know that they've just made a hole with the Maverick, so you can utilize that against them. So that's some utility burned. It's going to allow them to leave only one hard breach charge left in the pocket of the ace. Now, there is a Maverick, but had you gotten even another one with the other impact, that could have made them utilize the Maverick as the only avenue into sight. So either way, though, time is bought, so half the round already elapsing. No kills coming through on either side, but that's going to favor Rio Grande as time is going to slowly elapse further. Now, the thing is, they are leaving that wall soft into VIP, but I think they're doing it because they like the angles and they like their odds of winning those gunfights.
And it is Caboose playing up there with an Alda as well. You really don't want to be losing him so early. You don't want to be risking it. But he has been true on his sight line. So it's something that they're going to be betting on finding some good angles with Heinz coming up here, trying to find some off angles, making sure that they have a little more pressure in here as well. That way they're going to make sure that there's no one crossing them up as they try and get into Hall of Fame. There's a couple attackers watching this same angle, and a run out as well could be devastating. Quicks has been really good outside, but he doesn't quite find the mark he was looking for. St. Emperor's is still struggling to find their next point to move up on.
Well, they get rid of the meat jammer, help them out a little bit. I think they opened up the hatch, so they can start pushing there. They have someone on the window, so they have a lot of angles, but the problem is they haven't cleared out VIP, so the flank is very much possible. They can get flooded in on. Now the shots coming through don't quite land. Ancient Boot gonna get knocked down. Terminal finding a kill onto Fleegs as well, so things are looking good for Ryo. They're starting to get the man count in their favor, and time is going down. 20 seconds remaining. It's all on St. Emperor's now. They have to make something happen here. They have to get some kills. Their planter is outside of the building. They're not even inside yet. This is all falling apart for them. This is not looking like it's very doable. They have to just start funneling in, trying to get some kills. There's one. Heinz finding Andrew at the terminal, and Boost coming out. The Alda ringing out. He does get down from behind, but it doesn't matter. The planter was downed, and that's going to end the round for St. Ambrose and a win for Rio Grande on another site besides Kitchen.
Once again, they keep themselves in, capitalizing on St. Ambrose not finding enough pressure to actually move in with. There was nobody actually in Penthouse except for Caboose with the Alda, and he's been waiting all around to find a second gunfight after that early impact trick. If they were just able to find him, maybe put a nade back there or on the floor underneath, then they would have had smooth sailing. They just need to get someone into the doorway and they could get an easy plant, because Rio Grande actually didn't put any pressure up there. They moved out of VIP, giving it away pretty early after the hard breach. But St. Ambrose just needed to take more ground. There just needed to be a split push or something else. That way they weren't having to funnel through the same doorways.
2 times we've seen this site from Rio Grande, and 2 times we've seen them lose it. St. Ambrose have had their number. Now, they had a clutch come out from Fleegs and 4 kills to seal the first round. That was a 4-2 advantage for Rio Grande, so they kind of let that one slip, but they went to it a second time in a row, mind you, so they already knew the setup on St. Ambrose side, and they really capitalized on that knowledge. They had won convincingly. It was a 3-1 at the end, and they got the last kill, so they won 3 men still up. Quite the man count advantage for them, and a lot of it did still come out on that Thorn. I just want to highlight that again. It was a little bit of a mishap. It could have been a different round had that gadget gotten that planter, of course, but you know, shoulda, woulda, coulda. But here they do still feel at least confident enough to try it one more time instead of going to another site that we haven't seen from them, which would have been Sunrise and Blue Bar. But here they just probably feel more comfortable on having an actual site set up. Maybe they don't even really have a site set up for that last bomb site, so this is kind of what they're stuck with.
Yeah, this is their last line of defense. They've got to show us that they can make it on the weaker of the 3 objectives for them. So this is going to be a real test that they're deserving of taking this one to overtime. They've been showing us a real capability to play from behind, especially after that earlier timeout that they took. They've got a down that's really impactful for them, though. Ancient Boot has taken away their Caboose, who's also once again playing a camera operator, one who's going to be, if he's still up, impactful late into the round.
That's your Echo. Just like last time we saw Caboose playing on the Maestro, and they were pretty lucky and, you know, played it well too. They threw one impact trick and then ran away. And then they played the flank after time had been elapsed. But Heinz finding a kill on the Captain Clutch, this is kind of the concern, right? You lose your top fragger, you lose the Echo drone capabilities, you lose now your Wamai, who didn't have enough time to get all of his discs either. So a bunch of utility is now down the drain. Rio Grande and a 3v5. Now they have to clutch it out somehow. Not even a half of the round has elapsed yet. This is going to be hard for them to do. The peek coming through from Terminal is going to cost them their life. Ancient Boot is ready for it, but the peek out from Quixie at least can get the refrag. They know they have the pulse below. They could use that C4 with the pulse gadgetry to stop this plant that is coming through. They're going to see it coming. They're going to throw the C4. Can they get it in time? They do. That's going to be stopping the plant. They still have a chance here, 2v3.
Quix's location is well known, though, and Ozra, the touchstone for the team, is the last one left on this objective. Ajax is going to be the new one putting down that plant. Ozra still in this power position, which he's used phenomenally. It's just not going to be enough, even against this double angle 2 players on the window, just looking for his head that whole time. He's finally going to be taken out, and Rio Grande stopped just short of overtime by a single round on their own map.
And they get costed again by losing bodies early, and it's on a site that they now had lost 3 times. 3 times on the map choice
Yeah.
of their own. So that's rough. But
Yeah, there's just about no avoiding that though. They didn't have any other good options other than downstairs and bar, where they haven't shown us anything so far. So I have to assume that they just don't have a setup for that one, assuming that they're not going to end up in a position like this one. And St. Numbers just had them in a chokehold at that point.
yeah, they really figured them out on that bomb site, especially. But either way, we're going to be going to a break, and then we'll see what they can do on the second map of Clubhouse. But that'll be coming up very soon. So stick with us. We'll be right back.
We are back continuing our match between St. Ambrose University and Rio Grande University. I'm still Treasure. I'm joined by the angelic voice, Wealku. We just finished up our first map on Coastline, going into the hands of St. Ambrose University, 7-5 after a tightly pitched battle.
It was Rio Grande's map choice as well, so keep that in mind. Now they get to go to their home base of Clubhouse. They had chosen this, and so that's obviously going to make us assume that they have some sort of plan in place here to seal it off, get the 2-0, move on to the grand finals here for the Emergence Division. And that would obviously be a little bit of an upset, not massive. It's a 2 seed versus a 3 seed, and St. Ambrose is that 3 seed, so it's not like unheard of, but still, not exactly what we would have expected, especially considering Rio had been so strong on Coastline throughout the regular season.
Yeah, this is exactly the spot that St. Ambrose wants to be in, with their eyes on that trophy for the end of the season. They've just got to make one map here if they can get their own map on Clubhouse after stealing away Coastline. They just have one more match after that. And on the other side, if Rio Grande is able to take this, they just as well have to take on that one last match in order to take home a trophy. Previously, when these two matched up, it was 2-1 in the favor of Rio Grande. So it's nothing terribly unheard of for them to be losing a map to St. Ambrose University, but they are going to have to hustle a little bit more to make this one happen.
This map's pretty even. Some people think it's defender-sided, but I would say this is one of the most even maps. You expect CCTV to be one of the harder sites now that people have really figured it out. That wall gets open pretty consistently. And so the only site that's truly a great site is the basement. You have gym and bedroom, which is okay. There's some good setups for it, but it does have its weaknesses, right? So this could certainly be an even split kind of map. And that makes it not so neither side necessarily has a huge advantage. But I will say that Rio did get to choose the starting side, and they've started on attack, and that can sometimes be hard, especially considering on Coastline they went 2-4 on their attack.
Yeah, they started off a little bit rougher on there, and St. Ambrose really likes to bunker down, especially on their defensive sides. And this map is going to be so much more conducive to it. It's like the difference between black and white here, between Coastline and Clubhouse, as far as how much those maps really will reward you for doing that. And you look at basement, you look at CCTV. The one that's going to put a little bit more of a kink in that kind of play style is going to be bedroom and gym, or potentially bar if they're really going to get exciting with it.
Yeah, that'd be an interesting one. I mean, I have seen more pro teams, like G2 has been pulling it out, and some other ones in NA have pulled it out. I can't quite remember which teams, but either way, I've seen it.
We'll see it at SI. Things really got turned on their head when we saw TSM play up against Empire.
Yeah, exactly. So you see it. So it's viable. That shows you it's viable. But looking at the bans, these are kind of odd. I mean, two that are not odd, one on each side, right? Thatcher on attack and the Kade on defense. Not odd, but a 0 and a Naruni ban. Very strange.
Yeah, those are uncommon to say the least, but those are very effective operators. And I think that the response to the 0 ban to the use that St. Ambrose has been making out of them makes a lot of sense. And Rooney just always adds a lot to a team. I mean, she brings good gadgets. She has rotates attached to her. She's got a good gun. And she does a little bit more as far as keeping throwables outside of sight. It's like almost a little discounted Jaeger, or a little addition to your Jaegers if they're going to be keeping some more grenades outside. And Rio Grande have also shown us that they're willing to use those grenades pretty effectively to be taking away early lives.
Indeed, the other thing that they are going to be bringing on the other side, though, for St. Ambrose, they've seen something that's had massive impact and has really slowed down Rio Grande, which is the Echo. Echo has had such an impact, especially Ancient Boot. We saw the 3K, obviously, with the funnel into the theater room on that defense, but just in general, the information and the denial of the plant we saw.
How many plant denials have we seen?
Exactly, yeah, exactly. In Hookah, we saw so many Echo drone concussions coming through and stopping their plant. They were not able to shut down those drones. They did not locate them very well. They did not shoot them very well, even after they had concussed their teammate trying to plant. That is something Rio Grande have to fix here.
Absolutely. Here's something interesting to me seeing. Rafters being played, is that by an SAS operator? I think maybe, is that Ajax out there with the shield up there, which is nice, adds a little bit more to protection, but no Wamai out there, so no discs to keep throwing those up. So once the Jaegers have been burnt out, it's going to be really hard to, or it's for Heinz actually, to stay out there at all. And he's going to be equipped with a much smaller gun. He's got the SMG-11 for what's typically some long-range fights.
Interesting. 2 ADS is going to eat up those grenades. Caboose going for nades and stuff. Get these bandit charges off of the wall. Had he known that someone was there off to the left, they actually could have just naded this shield out too for free. But Quick's gonna get that opening kill on Ancient Boot. The Echo I had mentioned having such huge impact is actually dead pretty early on. I'm not sure what angle was opened up to allow them to get those shots. It seems like perhaps it was just a shot through the barricade that Quixie had just destroyed. But either way, that's a huge kill. That's an impact player off the board. Fleeg's gonna take massive amounts of damage as well. They're gonna locate that shield and know where that is as well. So things are looking good for Ryo. They've already gotten huge lines of sight. They've already got a huge pick, and we're not even halfway through this one.
The smokes are having to come out here to try and stall things out on the main breach. Behind doesn't get used. Another one, he's been taken out. Fleegs is going to find Quixie here. He's opened it up for the attack, but the lack of a roam is really biting St. Ambrose right now. They're already getting crunched on site with just about a minute and a half still left on a clock. That construction C4 is going to keep Caboose at bay for now, but Fleegs is still only on a sliver of HP, so someone running in on could be his death pretty quickly. So much utility coming in through the door right there. Caboose is going to find his kill on Fleegs as well as Ajax. He's finally going to be felled by Trojan with the MP7, but he's left all alone while Plant goes down. He can't quite take out Terminal. He's going to find the head just a little before he's able to find more.
Caboose coming massively with that LMG. In this case, that shows us why they had banned the Finka before. It's clearly to slow that down. In this case, they didn't ban it, and it's available, and it's utilized, and it's powerful. It gets the kills onto the cash box. That was a position that really normally you'd expect a defender to have an advantage there, but Caboose knows the pre-fired angles and just goes for it and gets those kills. A massive double kill there. Didn't get the third, but didn't matter at that point. Shut down the defenders so they had no chance of recovery. Round one is won by Rio Grande. They're not going to go there again. St. Ambrose realized that did not really go all that well, so they're going to go for the basement hold, which I had mentioned is definitely, in my opinion, the strongest site now on this map.
Yeah, and definitely one that's more conducive to their playstyle, but they might potentially be looking to roam out a little bit more. Ajax has the MP5K on mute, so that means that he's probably going to be looking to either hold longer angles or just kind of go for a little more running and gunning. With a castle and a mute as well, that typically is going to be a sign of roaming pretty heavily, but Ajax using those just to cover up the blue walls might indicate otherwise.
Interesting not to put it between two barricades. Is pretty much good enough to get two walls, and to put it on one wall a piece shows us that they really don't want even higher up on the wall. They're worried about that probably, and so that's why they've allocated one per wall. So that's something that you would normally see if they're worried about maybe a projectile breaching charge being used at the higher parts of that wall, but that's not a wall that you'd normally see that done on super often. Maybe, I guess, from a long angle on blue. Either way, though, the kitchen hatch wasn't reinforced, so they can open that up pretty freely, which is odd. But seeing the footsteps of the Jackal, they've been bringing Jackal all the time, by the way, on Rio Grande, something we haven't really commented on. Oftentimes, it will be banned, especially in your ranked games. I'm sure anyone who plays the game realizes how often that op is banned. But here it's available, and they're going to completely utilize it and abuse it to the best of their ability.
Okay, it's now coming to my attention that all of these hatches have been unreinforced. That's going to very typically I mean, they're not opened either, so they're not opened up for roamers to be dropping down through, and they're not reinforced to be protected downstairs, and that really is going to open up some options for Ryoground to be finding their kills in sight really early. Heinz already off the board, and there's the smoke as well. The Mute is going to be doing his job, keeping drones out of sight right there as Ajax is hiding just around the corner, waiting for that push-up. He knows Heinz has already gone down, so that's a dangerous place to be, but Quixie's going to come up and pinch his position as well, finding a second one as well, just pushing deep into Church, but he's going to be answered by Trojanus once again, stalling that attack just like he did last time, but he's just about alone with only Fleegs to defend along with him, all the way in the back of Armory while Plant is going down on AK Rex, and they're both in heavily pressured positions. Caboose finds his for the round, and Trojans once again, all alone, stuck in another site.
Yeah, stuck in Church, and they've reinforced everything off, so there's no rotation into blue. They're literally a sitting duck. It's castled off on the other area of Memo, so there's no way of rotating through that without giving yourself away. This is all lost now. There's no possible way for Trojan to get out of here, and they're not even going to be able to get to that diffuser unless somehow they won one against one, but that's not going to happen. Azura shuts them down, puts them out of their misery, certainly, probably feeling very claustrophobic, stuck in that room. At least now they don't have to deal with that mental illness any longer. They get to have a little bit of reprieve, but it is unfortunate for St. Ambrose. They lose another round.
That round, even more resounding than the last CCTV, going by the wayside quite quickly, but Basement really just falling away from the defense right there. They're going back again with the same lineup, it looks like. Heinz has been moved here off of the smoke onto the pulse, though. That's a nice operator for the position. He's going to help you get pressure on players up in kitchen. But the reinforcements that they used last round didn't do anything to slow down the attack through kitchen.
Well, first round, first map, excuse me, I was critical of Rio Grande as their map choice. Now I have to be fair, right? I have to be a little critical to St. Ambrose and say, what's going on? This is your map choice, and these defensive have been completely figured out. It looks like maybe perhaps just a lot of film study from Rio Grande, or they just realize, they look at the setup and they realize, hey, they're cutting off a lot of angles that are normally available to themselves. Let's take advantage of that. That's what they've done. They've been able to push in, get the walls and CC in the first round, get that opened up, and then pinch in through construction, get a double crossfire, get the window opened up to make it so that shield was not going to be a viable option anyways for very long. And just continuing with that method, they look here, they say blue is fully reinforced. They notice the hatches are available for them. They're just taking what is given to them on the side of Rio Grande. And unfortunately for St. Ambrose, the hatch is not being reinforced. That's giving up a lot.
Yeah, it looks like kitchen was reinforced this time. I think I didn't quite catch it, but it looked like there's some debris falling from it. I mean, that one's worth so much. These other two are also a really good allocation of the reinforcements, but there's definitely reasons not to be reinforced. So we'll get confirmation here in just a couple of seconds on kitchen. I hope they even have like impact tricks as well, because again, stalling out time in kitchen is really valuable. But with this one being opened, Quixie has seen this as a big target in that back of the Church defense. Yeah, kitchen is reinforced. That's good, and that means that Heinz is going to be able to find actual pressure here. He sees the Hibana up on the kitchen window. Hopefully, they know exactly what that means as well. And it looks like she's all alone.
No, they're just waiting, seeing is there gonna be an angle we can maybe shoot up through this. We know that they're gonna start trying to open up the hatch here, but so far we haven't seen it come through, and I'm not sure if there was impact tricking. I heard explosions, but perhaps there was someone throwing impacts from above, if there's anyone up there. I'm not sure what the game was, but so far the hatch hasn't been opened up, so that's at least good news for St. Ambrose. They're buying a lot more of that time. The C4s are available. That is a soft floor where we just saw that Capital, I believe, of Caboose standing around. So if they stand still for too long, it could be their death. But here they can actually move up, so they're safe for now, but that's something to just keep an eye on. Will that pulse net a kill?
Oh, that's interesting there. I think Caboose is actually trying to bait, waiting for someone to go on the cam before he actually shot it out, trying to bait out a player from up top, but no one's there. Ground has really slowed things down here. Assume that there's going to be a lot more roam presence. There isn't. There's just a little bit more knowledgeable of an anchoring presence from St. Ambrose, and they have a lot of intel to be working off as well. Heinz has just been tracking down Caboose. Went for this opportunity. Oh, he's not going to quite find the kill, but with this vertical fight, it's going to be actually really nice. It only takes a couple shots into the feet of Caboose to finish him off as well. He's a 3-speed as well, so he is just about, well, only 100 health exactly.
If you looked up and you saw where that C4 had landed, it actually was covered by something above, so it didn't land on perfect wooden floor, and that's why I believe Caboose actually survived that. Also, you saw above they pinged, there was an evil eye above that stopped the breaching charges from going through. Just want to talk about that. But Ancient Boot and Ajax getting kills a piece, that's going to allow them now to have a 2-man advantage. Refracts coming through though. Quixie and Azra getting 2 kills and a plant down. This is actually falling apart for St. Ambrose. Caboose coming in with that LMG, doing massive damage, getting a double kill.
Destroying everything.
Just trying to keep it alive for his team. The peak coming out, but it gets downed. Is Fleek's aware? If they are, they can push in and get this kill and get this defused, and they will eventually figure it out. I think they won't be able to buy enough time here, and that's going to allow Fleeks to win this round. St. Ambrose going to come away with their first round victory.
That one coming down absolutely to the wire there. Could be showing us that even with just about no one left on the team, he can wreak absolute havoc. And Railgun needed that. They still had that hatch open, that easy avenue in through Church that was opened up already by Quixie. So they just needed someone to capitalize on the option while St. Ambrose was distracted and find a couple big kills right there. Isn't going to hurt at all to get defused down as well. But despite all that, Fleegs finds it in the end. St. Ambrose doing a much better job of playing their angles, playing in the basement as well, and it allows them to find their first round for the map.
St. Ambrose did a big brain play, that Rio Grande did not expect, and I think it actually it took him too long to figure it out, which was, like I had mentioned, quickly in the dying moments of the round, so maybe couldn't quite catch, but there was an evil eye above with some floorboard shot open, and so they used that evil eye to shoot off the Hibana charges, which allowed that hatch to stay there in kitchen, so it really slowed down Rio Grande. And then you saw the Capital, we saw him go up with that hard bridge gadget and try and open up. That's when the C4 came through and destroyed it. Didn't get the kill, but stopped the hard bridge gadget. Now, my point being, they worked really hard, utilized a lot of utility, just allow that hatch to stay reinforced, and then it forced Rio to go for another avenue, and it paid off. Obviously, it was a close one. It was a 1v1 clutch, but either way, you take a round when you can get one, and it came on the back of good utility.
Yeah, really, we're aching to see that after the first 2 rounds where the allocation just wasn't there for St. Ambrose. And it's nice to see that they know what the answers are. I don't know why there's such things as an unreinforced kitchen hatch, but it's nice to see that they know what the solution is right there. So the knowledge is there to expand upon and keep using through later rounds. But giving away a round to such a simple thing as due diligence and prep phase, that might just be the round that costs you. And we are in playoffs. The tension is fully there. The pressure is on because Railgun won't let St. Ambrose let up for a moment. They're going to take that, just as we've seen in the first 2 rounds. And if they show another moment of weakness, another one could snap by as well.
True enough, and we did see Rio Grande almost come back last map. They were down 6-3. They got it to a 5-6, and they just happened to lose that last round, losing some bodies early, but showed some life, showed some opportunistic engagements where they were like, yes, if you're going to give us a chance, we will pounce on it. We will take what you give us. If you're going to show any weakness, we will pounce on you and capitalize. Here, they're trying to do the same thing. This is not their map choice. They're going to just take everything that they can possibly get and try and win this map and get the upset and bring it to a round, or map 3, They have more work to be done. Obviously, being up 2-1 is great, but they're working on this jacuzzi wall. You see the Maverick doing some work there, going to work in tandem with Azura, who's on that hard breach of the Thermite. That's just one step, and halfway through the round, they still haven't even gotten that step done yet. But once they do, then it's just more about what are they going to do? Are they going to work with Logi, or are they going to get on Jim Window? They have to have another avenue to go and pair with this jacuzzi wall.
There's going to be an unfortunate side effect to a team that's not as used to playing on Clubhouse. Sometimes it's just going to be harder to be as familiar with some of these bread and butter things, like exactly how to Maverick trick and use that time really effectively, because with 2 minutes left opening up that wall, they're definitely behind pace for that, especially since they've lost Caboose, their top fragger, and their Sledge. He's done his job opening up some castle barricades at the very least, but those frag grenades are going by the wayside. And Rio Grande hasn't capitalized on some of these lacking parts of the defense from St. Ambrose. There's no extension onto the east side of the map, and Fleegs is playing fully in logistics, and that could easily be just he could easily be killed from the hatch up top as well, and they'd lose a mirror window looking directly into sight as well. But Rio Grande doesn't have the intel to work on to show them that.
They couldn't get that wall open, and it's going to cost them the round, I think. I mean, they could get win out on frags now, but they have no strategical advantage now. They have to funnel in. They hope that they can jump in through some windows and get some kills and make this round theirs, but they have a lot to do here. 20 seconds remaining. They have down a man as well. 15 seconds now, and they still haven't really gotten any avenues into the bomb site. They're holding angles, hoping some peeks go their way, but Fleegs and Ancient Boot, Ajax too, all of this team of St. Ambrose getting in on the action. Who's going to get the last one? Who knows? But Quixie certainly can't make this happen. Going to push in, try and get some consolation prizes. Not to be, though. St. Ambrose win a second one in a row, tying it up.
That is going to come entirely onto Riot Grand this time. Not doing the due diligence on preparing coming into this really to quickly and effectively open up Jacuzzi. There wasn't anything special there. It was just electrified with bandit batteries and reinforced. So that one, unfortunately, sometimes it's going to come down to supports just messing it up and Quixie not being able to Maverick trick that. Like, to be totally blunt about it, that's what loses them the round because they had to invest so much time and so much resources on it. And even during that time, they didn't work on a contingency plan. So that's where it's going to come down on your shot caller there to be finding another angle to be working on, because once you start having complications on the wall, you got to be a step ahead. You got to be ready for the next thing to do. And we saw they didn't know what to do when it came down to it. When we hit 30 seconds, they start pushing in through construction. And it's sort of a Hail Mary push there, but you got to set the framework for it at least if you actually expect to get into objective.
Well, you also could have paired it with a drop down into Logi Hatch and then someone shooting through the construction wall to distract that player who was in there. At least you have a chance. But they just went for a straight push in through construction. Again, another meat grinder situation. You can't go for one-dimensional pushes. That's the concern. Now, obviously, it came in so late that had they had a more time, they could have had a more ideal push. So I don't want to be too critical there. Obviously, you're in a dire moment where you just have to go for something. Obviously, clear thoughts aren't always going to be available. But again, like you said, it came on the back of something that is most likely going to be considered standard, at least in my case. You got to get that wall opened up. And the thing is, too, we've seen them do it before on Clubhouse, or excuse me, on Coastline. They can Maverick a hole open and then throw a nade through and clear out that mute jammer. In this case, they just went for the Maverick tricking of getting the top and the bottom. And then you saw, I think, some flashes being thrown through. They didn't really utilize those nades properly to get the mute off the wall even. So it was just completely flubbered, in my opinion, at least. And that cost them, like we said. Now, here they have a chance. We've seen them get this wall opened up, at least. And so they have a chance to get it open like they did last time. The concern now... Oh, excuse me. That was the other team. Wow. I'm losing my mind here.
No, they stormed through the CCTV wall previously, and they stormed through the entire point on round one. So Riot Grand looking to repeat an earlier round and show us that that was just a fluke. Already, they've got those bandit batteries taken off. They've got the thermite charge right there. Took a little bit to get everyone situated, but with a minute down, that's not too bad at all. And they've got that solid position right there. They got a nice line of sight as well through the soft wall into rafters, where it's probably Hines once again playing up there.
There's the shield. Yes, this is the wall that they had gotten opened up last time. You're right. That's my bad. I was thinking Caboose came in with the LMG on the other side. That's what I was really thinking about. Got kind of confused in my own thoughts there, but either way, that LMG is powerful, and they're on it again with Paprika, so they could have the same kind of damage. Seeing the utility trying to burn out any ADSs that might have been there. Last time they were aware that there was ADSs. Remember Caboose throwing it in through the window, so they're aware of where the utility has been placed in the past, but this time the adjustments have come through for St. Ambrose. They have been aware of how quickly the utility was cleared out last time. They've moved things around. The Echo, of course, not dying early this time is also going to help them. We're going to see the peaks coming down, but the nade up is going to net that kill. They didn't peek far enough. Terminal getting the credit for the opening kill on the Trojan, and things are looking better for Riot Grand. Behind, trying to bring it back. It's a kill onto Terminal, but Caboose following it up onto him, gets that refrag, and a 4v2 situation is going to help out St. Ambrose, starting to fall a little bit even further, quickly getting a kill onto Ajax. They're leaving it all up to Fleeks, who's in the garage rafters, getting a kill onto Captain Clutch, but the plant is coming through. They have no chance to stop it. It's going to be a post-plant 1v2 situation.
Yeah, this is a really tight situation to beat, but Quixie is low on health, so as long as Fleeks can find the 1v1 on Ozra, he's going to have some smooth sailing to be working with. He's trying to find an angle through all these holes in the soft wall. It's just not quite there, though. Ozra is playing pretty far back and safe, but a drone is still up. An Echo drone, in fact, is going to give the location away, but Fleeks runs in a moment where he has to keep ADS, especially with the 416C. It's so unforgiving on hip fire and is a terrible ADS time, what with no horizontal grip right there. Rio Grande slowed down this round. It wasn't nearly the first round that we saw before with the super early picks, but once they got into point and started forcing gunfights, St. Ambrose kind of fell apart there. They seem a little unsure of what to do in a lot of these close quarters melees that we see come out.
Well, the other thing too is like when you jump over a window like that, you give a sound cue, so you know the player, if they're on the other side of the rack, just heard you jump. So another reason to stay ADS, simply even if they didn't have the echo, with the echo drone, you know that the information. But even if they didn't have that information, you didn't know a player was there. You kind of have to assume it, and you have to know that you're making noise, right? So they're gonna push you usually. Either way, though, it wasn't a situation that you can give them too much flack for, because you're on a 1v2 post plant. Like, the chances of you clutching that aren't very high, like depending on circumstance, but especially being stuck in the rafters, you just had to kind of win earlier in the round. Your team had to do a little bit better, and they just didn't. And so you can't fault that one player in a clutch situation, right? Just, you never really want to do that. In this case, though, they do have a chance to go down to basement, so they've lost down here before, and it was a lot of dominance coming up. Now, the second time they won, and it was on the back, right, of keeping that hatch closed. Now, can they repeat it? They're going to be aware now that they're going to be probably checking above for some evil eyes that might shoot the utility off of the hatch. The attackers will be. So, and they didn't bring the evil eye here, so they don't have that avenue to try and deny that hatch getting opened up. They do, however, have impact. So you mentioned impact and trick. They've done it on coastline, so we'll see. Are they aware enough to do it here?
I really love this bait and switch. Went around off of an evil eye, and we're switching up. We're getting some black eyes up in here this time. They're not going to be looking for Boots Valkyrie cams. It's not something that's been shown yet by either team, actually. No Valkyrie play has been seen so far. The attackers looking to take ground through first floor pretty quickly here, and Quixie doesn't find an open hatch like he did before. That's a nice answer there as well from St. Ambrose to switch around the location of that, because they nearly lost last round just as they lost round one on a late drop through that hatch in Wellington Church. Now that's not going to be on the table, or not nearly so easily. Azra can open up plenty of hatches, so they'll just have to continue making those rotations around and opening things up for the team.
You saw the hesitation from Ezra. They were going to shoot some stuff onto the hatch, but now you see that they didn't do so because they know that there is a possibility of things getting impact tricked. So they'd rather go for the hatch that has no soft flooring, so they can guarantee it opened up. And there it is. The hatch of Memo is going to be opened up. You hear a pre-placed nitro, so you got to be careful here. Figure out where that is, and so they have the avenue, and they can see it here where it's located, shoot it out. And now, though, they have to probably rotate and get that kitchen hatch, because if they take too much longer to get it, they're not going to have it as a viable drop. And you don't really want to do a singular push. Caboose being very aggressive through blue. They got to get slapping down, though. That was an unwise push. He's by himself. He doesn't have the support.
Oh, okay. It looks like he did have a cross angle here from Quixie, but it wasn't one that's going to stop any of the common angles to be held right there. Quixie sees that going off, and he knows that he's going to have some support from Hall of Fame as well. He sees some toes right there, and he's going to make quick work of it, actually finding a headshot in there on Ajax. So they're going to even things up on player count, and they've got a ping to be working with as well. That's going to give away Flea's location. Flea clutched up last time, so he's going to be holding this angle nice and close to smoke, kind of taking away this angle, though.
And free fires can come through. It doesn't net anything yet. Time is starting to fade for Rio Grande to try and get something going. Azra getting that refrag, and then Trojan getting refrag onto them. So it's back and forth we go. Terminal finding Hines. So another kill. Captain Clutch finding Trojan. Is going to give the advantage to Rio Grande, though. They have to pick up that diffuser, but the flank from behind by Fleeks could end this plant here. And now the teammate isn't aware of this position. It's going to be downed. It's going to be stopped. It's a 1v1 post plant, but not post plant, because it wasn't planted. Now it's all up to Terminal. They have to clutch themselves. They have to find the body. He just gave it away. Can you find it? He does. Unfortunately, Fleegs throws it. He could have just held on to the time, but he gave himself away, and it cost him the round.
That's unfortunate to see. He had all the cards in his hand. I was even hoping maybe there's a Valkyrie cam. He could fade away and wait on calls from teammates there to help make that happen. But a nice answer there from Terminal, using that just flash of the castle to make sure that he's going to clutch that up for his team, making that a 4-2 half and turning things on their head. St. Ambrose found a 4-2 on the first half on Coastline. Now Rio Grande is having that same success on St. Ambrose's map. A little curious to see.
Very curious. you know, it is switching sides, so they're going to go downstairs, and we get to see this is the first defense for Royal Grand. So you never really know what to expect from either team. We've seen pushes from Royal Grand. We got familiar with them, but now we have to kind of reset our minds here. And what are they going to do? The mirror play in basement hasn't been done yet, but it can be pretty strong. And obviously the setup is very different. We didn't see rotates into blue from St. Ambrose on their defense. This is something that I'm pretty used to seeing, though. This is a little bit more standard comp play as far as setup goes. Seeing a Mira probably looking into blue from maybe dummies box area, wherever they want to put it. And then the other one would normally be put on that wall that Quixie is reinforcing, but they're reinforcing it on the other side. So now I'm actually a little confused on where these mirrors are going to go.
Yeah, it'll be
5 seconds to go.
Yeah, it did go in there. Oh.
I think he just pinged it saying, why'd you reinforce it like that?
Attackers
Yeah, it looks like they're not on the same page. That's going to hurt to see right there. But they will still have plenty of pressure on blue, which is a great position to have against your church players. So much more powerful. It makes it really important for St. Ambrose's attack to try and deal with them there. They might just set up another one looking into blue to catch the other angle in the oil pit as well at that rate.
You know, one thing to do there is actually not a bad idea. It's just to put a mirror there without reinforcing that wall, because at least you have the lens of sight. And if you put it low, you know, it still does block some bullets there, and you can just use the long angle on it and at least see through and see when people are going to be going onto that doorway. So you don't have to
and if nothing else, it's
on
in turns.
Right, exactly. And it still scares people. You know, it's intimidating to see one of those black mirrors, the one-way mirror just looking straight at you. You don't know who's behind it, if anyone's behind it. You know, it's kind of like that dystopian feeling of, is someone watching you or not?
Yes, the panopticon. Even if there isn't someone watching you, you have to act as if there is one. And the blue pressure is going to be coming out from the attack, sending a couple players down stock stairs. And Fleas is even up there as well. So 3 players deployed over here watching the flank. So it's going to be very hard for a flank to come out with the combination of a player watching it as well as your jab watching over it as well. Trojan, the first one, finding a kill, and it's going to be Terminal, the hero of last round, taken out, so we won't have a repeat performance this time. Hines making his movement off to somewhere else.
Level Maya, who's going to slowly get disc back. He has one in pocket, hasn't thrown it yet, so it's going to be available once they figure out where this push is coming through. So sometimes that works out. Other times it doesn't, because you die with it in your pocket. So it's a risky game, but they're not playing too risky of an angle here. Could be if they get peaks, but so far, nothing really coming through.
That's a scary spot to be from stairs, but not from oil pit. That's a nice thing. He's got that fight in his hands, and he's not going to quite find it here. Captain Clutch going down, but Caboose and Azura find 2 more to clap back for that, and they even things up for their team. They've still got great presence on blue, having taken out that early part of the attack.
50 seconds remaining. The rotation from Azura? That was an unwise move. Hines going to shut them down easily, giving away the body. And now it's a 2v3 for his teammates, so they have to clutch this out. Now, there's a player above still, you saw, and that hatch is opened up, so they can get shot from behind. Quixie not aware, but does get a little bit of damage nicked onto them, but they don't actually die from it. The ump in hand isn't going to do all that much damage itself, so you have to land some headshots. Is the hope. The plant coming down from Fleek is heard by the teammate of Caboose. He's going to rotate over. He's going to get the shots, but it doesn't land. Hines on that overwatch of the planter saves their life. Trojan gets up and gets the kill on to Quixie, and St. Ambrose win their first round of attack.
Yeah, Trojan and Hines right there finding great picks. Trojan actually picking things up and laying them down. The first and last kill of the round. Just keeping good overwatch, just like you said, of the angles that are going to be important to keep covered. And St. Ambrose starting to bring things back here. Maybe it'll just be an attacker's side of map if they're able to keep up this pressure. They're going to be reckoning with the basement defense once again. And I don't think Royal Ground is going to be using that 1 Mira setup again. I think they're going to make that adjustment this time.
Yeah, it seems like the communication was clear when we saw the ping come up. Like, yeah, this is where I wanted to put that mirror, and you kind of reinforced it on the wrong side of the wall, so I can't put my mirror here anymore. So that's unfortunate. Now you see that they're already jumping on it, as they're going to be reinforcing the correct side this time, which does allow you to watch the memo drop as well as the main stairs, depending on how they set up this mirror. But they're not going to reinforce that left wall, which is pretty common. Should open some maybe feet holes or even a full rotation. Either way, lines of sight mixed with this mirror is going to allow you to really shut down a push from the west side of the basement. Now, the other thing to keep in mind is they're bringing a Valkyrie instead of a Pulse. That Pulse didn't really do all that much for them. I think the Evil Eyes are overall the better gadget. That's why you saw Valk so often banned in the Pro League. The ban rate was just sky high this last year, really. And I think she's been underutilized in this matchup, and I'm glad to see her being brought.
Yeah, it's a little interesting to see her finding some more mileage here. I definitely like the Valkyrie pick. If she's not banned out, I mean, it's definitely the move to be using her unless you've already got a lot more cams on the board. And there definitely are cams on the board here for Railground. They're doing a lot of intel work between Mira, Valkyrie, and Mozzie all put together. A lot of hard breaching coming out from St. Ambrose. They're going to make sure that none of those hatches stay open up. They've seen the strength of the hatches being left open already, so they're not going to make a mistake like that on their attacking half.
Indeed, they realize how important those hatches are to open up. You can't allow those to stay shut, otherwise you are funneling in. We're going to see the Hibana missing some shots. This is why you go on the rappel, because the things like that do happen where it's going to bounce off the windowsill. So that is unfortunate. The framework just getting in the way, and that's 6 pellets too, I believe, that were wasted there. So it's going to really limit them. And if they impact Trick, which the only impactor is in Memo, so they actually can't impact Trick. So it might have been the hatchet kitchen being opened up by Ancient Boot, which is a pretty good thing to have happen with only a minute into this round.
No pulse in Armory, but there's probably a camera there looking into kitchens. They're going to be seeing a couple players moving in there. I think a C4 just got launched, but it doesn't find a mark or anything. Attackers moving in through blue as well to start pinching out between Armory and blue here. Someone's going to have to make their way down main stairs, though, to start pinching out and making sure that angle's a little safer. Blue's still taking these sight lines through church, but he's got a couple players to be reckoning with, so that's a dangerous spot to be with, especially with Diffuse.
Indeed, you are the person who has to stay alive. You've done some work with the hard breach, of course, and that's what the ace would be there for in the later round, even if you want to do some sort of alternative push, as I have used Hibana pellets on everything else. But you know, the thing is that those have to be in a position where you can actually utilize it, which is on that wall probably of Church, and they haven't even pushed down there yet. Now they're wasting some time here by doing this full rotation. They moved away from blue. They didn't like that push. And now they have to contest with that mirror, I believe, that was placed there earlier, and this is the concern. You know, now they do have the mirror opened up by shooting it from blue, but there's still lines of sight that these defenders can utilize. And we're seeing the peaks coming through from every different angle. Captain Clutch finding that kill onto Fleeks is going to get that opening kill. Trojan, though, from the hatch does get that shot onto them to get the refrag, but things are starting to wear down on time. 20 seconds are all that remains for these attackers to try and get this plant. There's still someone in the church wall area. They haven't located them. They haven't shut it down yet. You do see the flank coming through. Captain Clutch and Caboose each getting a kill. Caboose does get eventually shut down, but that was the planter also slowed down there. The peak coming through from terminal can't land anything. You're seeing the planter getting shut down there by Captain Clutch. Trojan. Oh my goodness. They were trying to plant. You saw the Hibana get the refrag, but it was too little too late. You'd let him get by far enough that they shut down that plant.
St. Ambrose got, I think, further than I would have expected. And honestly, I feel like they deserve on that. I don't like that full team rotation we all do. I think they were definitely shut down on the blue push, but I think that's okay. You just have to be a little patient. You keep Fleegs on there on blue, just keeping the angle there, making sure that there's still players in church right there, and having everyone else do the same thing. Come down main stairs, come down Moto hatch, and then suddenly the players in church are having to fight 2 fights from 180-degree angles. Even if they get one, they're easily going to be taken out there. They can guarantee some kills as long as they keep someone on blue, and it doesn't have to be your entire team dropping down main stairs and Moto, and taking away all that time too, because 20 seconds left and still getting hard breach off on church wall. That's just not going to cut it. You're gonna have to lose a gunner. You have to have one of your players putting down the defuse, and then it's a 1v3 as far as players with guns still in their hands, and that's nigh unwinnable.
It really was, and that's why you saw it lost. And as you mentioned, it was a lot closer than I expected as well. I completely agree with you, Trish. But that was still
10
not
seconds
done
left
at the
before
right
insertion.
timing, I would say. The full rotation is still questionable regardless,
5
but
seconds remaining.
even if it had worked out, it would have needed more time. They just didn't have the time. And so if you're going to go for a full rotation like that, you have to give yourself a little bit more of an advantage. Now, I do like the fact that they shot the mirror, were aware of it, because they got that angle from blue, and then rotated. That was, smart. You took care of the mirror. But even then, an open mirror is still a dangerous thing. It's not like it's completely like, oh, that mirror's gone, so we're completely safe now. Like, yeah, you have lines of sight back onto them, but they can quick peek you and still win some gunfights against you. So you still have to respect it. And I think that's maybe part of the lesson learned too. But either way, we're going to a new bomb site. We're going to gym and bedroom, and you see that Captain Clutch is going to be in a little rat angle here behind the desk. So this is going to be interesting to see, will they drone this off the aware, or could this be a position that punishes them later?
The way that you say rat every time these situations come up, you just see it's just, every time I'm like, oh, it's like a little more enmity to it than I'd expect. But it is definitely. I mean, I can't disagree that it's a rat angle to be watching a logistics hatch like that. But it's gonna get him stuck in his little hole here. At least he's got a one-line magnet to catch that one, but a second one won't be nearly so kind to him. And he doesn't have an ability to rotate out. Oh, never mind. The second one's gonna be exactly as kind to him. Just a second, man. I thought actually one of those was a beeper. So. I guess that's how wrong I am. But he's not going to have any left in the pocket, but no nades left either. It's going to leave him free to stay in the logistics.
Well, he just got one, and he's throwing it and then picked it up and threw it again, so it must not have gone where he wanted. But he does get taken out, actually, Hines finding that kill onto them. So while they had wasted some utility, some angle was opened up, or maybe just to peek through the hat. I'm not sure how they got that kill onto Captain Clutch, but eventually...
It must have been.
Eventually, Refrag's found, though. So Azra getting that kill into Fleegs. Ancient Boot finding Terminal, though, so they're keeping this man advantage. St. Ambrose trying to stay alive in this round. Ancient Boot did just take massive amounts of damage and is, in fact, down. But they can still be helped up in this case.
Looks like an arrow going off to obscure the outside line, allow Boot to be brought back up. Defuse has been picked up now. They rotated over by Jacuzzi's side, and now the attackers are focusing up on a couple positions together, looking to get the windows, maybe drop someone in logistics hatch and get construction pressure as well. It's not going to quite work out for them on one of those angles. That's Jacuzzi going down quick. Has taken out Ajax, who's once again dropping the defuse. That's going to be stuck in no man's land again, requiring someone to go out there and get it a second time.
That's unfortunate. Some shots of the shotgun pistol opening up lines of sight from the Logi into construction. The smoke is going to come through, the smoke arrow, as well as a fire arrow. So they're really trying to burn out anyone who might be playing back there, but they haven't quite found them quite, but the bullets will, so that's going to at least take care of Quixie, who had denied them before. Ancient Boot finding Caboose is going to allow them to only have to worry about Azra, but they have one body. They can't find the others. A quick pinch from behind and from in front, and it's the person behind who does eventually find their body. Unfortunately, they had lost both their teammates, so it was a hard position for Azra to try and clutch through. Not able to do so. St. Ambrose, while it looked somewhat incohesive at moments with what was going on, especially on that gym window. I'm not sure what happened there. A lot of bodies falling with the diffuser, but either way, they stay true to it, right? They know where these bodies are. They are able to clutch up in the dying moments of the round and come away with the victory.
That is an interest. At times, it definitely was incoherent from St. Ambrose. I mean, obviously, the interesting decisions as far as where the diffusers ending up, the players alone getting it dropped twice in a row, requiring rotations to go and pick it back up. That's definitely really rough, and not being totally sure what they want to do as far as getting picks, invested some resources, then backing off, and then coming right back again. A little indecisive, but their gunplay really brought them out of that, and actually something that we've been criticizing them for all night, which is the lack of some split pushes, some off angles. Wow. They did find it that time, having logistics hatch and gym window and construction, 3 angles that they're pushing simultaneously and actually very cohesively, that netted them exactly what they wanted. I mean, even when it came down to that 1v1 at the end, it took absolutely no time for a refrag because it's a 180-degree angle, the same thing that we've been seeing them move away from sometimes. St. Ambrose finally dedicates to, and they win big off of it.
Azra threw an impact and hit Captain Clutch and themselves, so both of them are about half or a little less than HP. That's rough. I mean, it takes that many less bullets, 1 or 2 less bullets to kill you now, and that could be a huge difference maker. Now, obviously, it's still 5 guns in hand, so you didn't lose a life, but it's the equivalent of a life as far as HP goes, so it could be massive later. Obviously, not for sure, but it's something to watch out for. Now they have to play their lives a little more conservatively.
Yeah, that's definitely rough, especially on these two positions specifically, because they're both looking to take early gunfights, but they're not the ones actually losing early gunfights as Boot takes out Caboose, again, the top fragger. Avoid Rio Grande going by the wayside. His gadget is all the way down low and position. I think CCTV wall is opened as well. Quite early on in the round is a nice position for the attackers to be in. Quixie's looking to come down below and invest in a flank much later on in the round. No pressure on construction side means that the defenders are still feeling pretty safe, except for in CCTV.
Yeah, it's Quixie down below getting in a kill onto the Trojan, who was outside a main door, I believe, which is that door that looks in towards where you would see the rotation in through double doors in towards the stage area and such. But either way, there's going to be going for an execute, so they don't seem too worried about that player being taken out. They have the ideal situation here. Wall opened up. You have some smoke to cover your attempt at a plant here, and all Fleeks needs to do is try and run here and get behind the bomb chassis and get the plant down. But from below is Azra. They're going to shut him down. That's Fleeks getting taken out. This is the one thing they haven't accounted for, and that's why that position of Trojan was so important. They were the player trying to watch that angle.
Boo finds a kill right there, but there's still Captain Clutch out in Raptor. Ancient Boot is going to be there for the triple kill, though. Finding that one that was so pivotal and makes it possible to pick that diffuser back up. It's going to make it possible to find a plane, too, especially if the C4 is going out prematurely. A second one as well. Neither one finds their mark as Boot is trying to do all the work for the team to find 3 kills and a defuse place. Ajax is going to find another one for the team as well, as it leaves only Quixie's finally going to shut down Ancient Boot. He's got a double kill himself for the round, but a nade and an M4 in the face, just making it possible there. A resounding round for San Ambrose.
I think they would have gone for the defuse plant if that C4 wasn't activated too early. So that could have negated a kill, but you scared them away from that position because you opened up the floor. Timeout from Ajax is going to allow St. Ambrose now to take a break, and it's an odd time because they've actually just won now.
And that was their best win of the map so far too. Maybe it's collecting themselves. I don't know if they totally felt that they were in control of all those things. That was a lot of reactions, really good reactions. I mean, that was a great sense of St. Ambrose University's skill and game sense right there, to see that there's some weird stuff happening and reacting to it really quickly, and some good flicks getting them out of bad positions, especially from Boot there, who really showed up.
One thing to be aware of, at least that I've noticed, and I don't have the stats on this, so don't quote me on this, but I feel like every time Caboose has died early in a round, they've lost that round. And we've seen it pretty continuously on Coastline, and then here again, he dies early in that round, and they've just been kind of lost when he died.
Yeah, and it's kind of interesting to see. I came into this thinking that St. Ambrose might be losing due to relying on hero plays, but it's been quite the opposite. That's the hero plays from Caboose on the other side that are really amazing when they come out and really hurting Rio Grande when they're lacking. And they've been lacking for the last couple of rounds in a row here, and it's brought things back to even after that 4-2 half on the attack. And we mentioned earlier, it might just end up being an attacker-sided clubhouse, and the clubhouse isn't nearly as defense-sided as it used to be. We all have this idea in our heads that is super defensive-sided, but like you said again earlier, CCTV is pretty figured out, so it's hard to defend that site nowadays, as we've seen from the record over the course of this map.
And here it is, the impact tricking is available to them, so might be what they go for. We see the Maverick over in Dirt is going to be opening it up and allowing that to be an avenue. We haven't seen that utilized really yet, so that's a really good switch up from St. Ambrose to just get another avenue that we just haven't seen, and so that could catch Rio Grande off guard here, depending how well they utilize it. Obviously, if it's by itself, it's not going to be all that powerful, but they got that hatch opened up. This might be the push in. Azra sees that drone, maybe doesn't see the drone, and that could actually be really pivotal. If they didn't see that drone, then they could get pushed from behind and get caught unawares if they aren't careful.
And this is an aspect of Maverick that we don't actually see come out in competitive play too much, but just the fact that he's so quiet on getting hard breach. They might not know, but the Beeper is definitely going to give it away if Azure wasn't sure of it before. The Beeper's going to get knocked out, but they're going to have to peel off of that as an actual route for an attack. But there's a lot of eyes. There's a lot of eyes on dirt right now. 3 players just staring down this path. As long as Hines is patient and waits for his teammates to get in a position, that's going to be worth so much. So Ajax is right on the drone, though, very actively staring at Azure. So this might be a push opportunity if Hines is really feeling himself. The drone moves up just to Scotch, and so does Hines.
Creeping up. Can he get the shots on the box? The player is off to the left here. He's aware, but Captain Clutch is more aware of them. They're just holding that angle for so long, and it pays off. But they can't be complacent yet. There was another player over in that position, so there could be another body pushing through dirt. You got to be aware of that. We see some flanks coming through terminal, and then also the Valkyrie of Quixie is on each in their own position of potential flank. You're down main stairs. It's going to do a lot of damage, but doesn't find the kill onto Ancient. With the grenade's going to sing through, but doesn't get anything for its trouble. And now Uwu Fleegs trying to figure out where that Valk had gone above, but they weren't able to find him, so they're just going to start pushing down. Trojan is the one who's going to watch out for that flank. Seeing the peek come through from Agent Boost, that the Mira didn't capitalize on that peek and wasn't able to shut him down. The peek from the Mira themselves is actually going to be shut down to Boost, an unwise peek, but the flanks do manage to find a body. That's going to be Trojan, but Ancient Fleegs and Ancient Boot are still here to try and pull St. Ambrose over the finish line. They have the plant going down. They're trying to get it to the completion, and it is going to manage to come through. The shot's going to miss out. Ancient Boot trying to make something happen. Fleegs actually kind of comes to their rescue there. It's all up to terminal, but can't do it. St. Ambrose, another one in a row, and they put themselves on map and match point.
Feeling so confident right now, and yeah, going once again for that timeout. Timeout didn't end up going out, but St. Ambrose is looking for a timeout, sitting here on, just like you said, the match point. This one round could put them directly in finals contention for a trophy next week as well. So this is an interesting time. It might be that rallying cry amongst their teammates to just put this one over the finish line, just like you said as well. That round, I think, was one where Royal Grant started to fall apart in the execution. They've really shown us some great plays towards the end of rounds on Clubhouse. This time they were looking great early, and it just fell apart around them.
Get up 4-2 on an attack, and then your defense, you even win the first round. You look pretty good. You think you're going to do some things here and win this map. That was your opponent's choice, and now it's all St. Ambrose. They have completely captured the momentum. They're having a hard time right now on the side of Royal Grand, and I don't want to be overly critical because it is Caboose who was heroically carrying them on map 1, and early on in this map was continuing to do that, but they have kind of cost them these last couple rounds too. They've died early. You saw the peek out from a Mira. When you could play your Mira, you decided to push out and peek with your head out through a rotate towards the main stairs. It was just, I think that they're starting to get chalked a little bit mentally. I think they're starting to lose it because that is not a play that they would normally do, I don't feel, and it cost them a lot. It cost them their life, and then there's no one playing that Mira, and what happens? They plant there, and they win the round on the other side.
Yeah, and it turns out that pause is less for a rallying cry, and it's going to be actually a technical problem here. So I think we're going to go to a quick break here for just a couple minutes. We'll be back once we're sure that St. Ambrose is everything on their hardware side is all figured out. Make sure that we can finish out this map and maybe even the match if they do bring it all together, or potentially even take this to a map 3 once again in the matchup, which is the one I'm really rooting for here. If we can see Rio Grande use this time to rally themselves and find their wits about them. Nope, never mind. We're not going to break it all. It looks like it was a pretty quick fix.
All right, good. We can jump right back in, I think. And that's going to allow them to not take too much away from this momentum that they've built up, right? So they have gotten a lot of rounds in a row. It's up to 6-5. One more, and they win this map. They win 7-5 on the first 2 maps, and it's 2-0, and they get to go to finals. So now Rio, after, I think, 3 in a row, is it not, that they have lost a full rotation that they have not completed at all, and it's on them. This is it. If they lose, they're out. It's done. Playoffs are done. They don't go any further. They are going to lose to a seed that was lower than them. Of course, only one number lower, but still lower than them.
And that team that they beat.
They beat in regular season 2-1, and now they're getting 2-0'd by that team. It shows to show that playoffs are where you have to show your adaptability and what have you learned from the main season. And it feels like St. Ambrose have come with a lot more learned.
5 seconds left before insertion.
Yeah, and it's a new roster too. They have a lot to learn about the game. So the fact that they're able to learn so quickly, I think, is a huge testament to them. And if they're able to win this map, it's going to be off of their adaptability, even on the fly. We've seen so many of these defensive rounds, especially on the first half, where St. Ambrose was making tweaks every single round. And we've seen a lot of that as well from Rio Grande, not to take away from them at all. But I feel like that's what's been allowing St. Ambrose to kind of pull ahead, because they're getting stronger the further that this map goes on.
This is an odd bomb site. We've seen it being defended before, and they had a 3-3, and then all of a sudden Rio Grande lost 2 bodies. It's all up to Azra, got 1, and then they got pinched from each side and weren't able to try and clutch that one out. Saying that they did have a castle barricade shutting themselves off from the rotation. Well, like I said, a rotation as well with that mirror. You can see it there. But Rio Grande, they decided they didn't really like that castle barricade, so that's going to get ripped down. It does allow Castle now to have another one to place elsewhere. But they are spread kind of thin here, so if it is a direct push by St. Ambrose, it's going to have to be a retake for Rio Grande. Now, C4 coming up from Caboose does open things up, so they're already showing up a little bit better than they had the last couple rounds. They were the first death, but now here they get the first kill.
Where did that go? Was that just through the Maverick hole? Or that meant, well, it was the thermite. Was he not on Jacuzzi wall there? There's definitely a lot of blood out there, but that might just
maybe
hitting feet out there. I'm not totally sure on that one, but a big C4 there. It's gonna be a little bit of denial post plant gone by the wayside. But in other news, St. Ambrose is super low on drones. They've already used up 5 of them about halfway through the action phase, and they've lost the Jacuzzi wall.
That's the punishment for playing Mira without an ADS or a Midas on it. They're going to nade you, and that does get the explosive kill. So a little bit of irony coming back. Captain Clutch going to be felled now by Ancient Boot. So St. Ambrose really trying to close this one out. They have the man advantage now, up 4-3. They just need to carry it through now and get this round finished off. They need the plant to go through. They have some site control now. They're seeing a body, but Azra actually finds them first. Ancient Boot going to get locked out, but the refrag from Hines is on the window. Take out Azra, who's been a star player as well. Now it's all to Quixie and Terminal. They get the peek out from the angle of the window in CCTV, evening up the man count. The push coming through isn't watching the angle. Now it's all up to Ajax. It is an attempt on a plant. It is going through. These defenders aren't actually pushing on them yet. They do have a pinch though, and that's going to be the C4 from Terminal shutting it down. We're going to go to overtime here in map 2. Rio Grande stay alive, at least for now.
Yeah, nice to see them find their answers here. Going tit for tat, it was refrag after refrag. Just players taking turns, taking each other away as both teams were really lighting up the comms. The one thing that I'm really missing there, Quixie finding the kill, and his location just was not pinged out to another St. Ambrose player, so he was able to get a second one in a row, and that just brought Rio Grande that one player ahead. That was all that they needed to just keep the momentum into that last kill of the round. And in overtime here, everything's going to compound on itself. The pressure really magnifying here, and it's going to be an attack now for Rio Grande getting to switch sides.
Well, Rio Grande 4-2 on attack, so they're certainly more comfortable on this. They did go 2-4 then to get the even split, I guess you could call it, between the two sides, each replicating each other. Now overtime is 3 rounds max. Whoever gets to 8 first will win, and Rio with that 4-2 and starting on attack, like you mentioned, does give them a bit of an advantage here, as both teams have had better rounds of attack than defense. Now, this bomb site down below was lost due to hatches not being reinforced the first time they went to it, so since then they've had a bit more success, so you could argue that this is still a pretty strong site for St. Ambrose, with that round being an anomaly more so than standard play.
Yeah, well, even if we count that one out, there's still 1 for 1 on it. Rio Grande getting the last round played on basement, and the St. Ambrose win on this objective came down to a 1v1 clutch with the defuse down. So that is just a hair's breadth. That's about as close as a round can get. So having to rely on Fleegs to find some heroics in the dying ends of a round isn't something you can do every time. So it's going to be definitely one that comes down to the wire at this rate. Once again, the pulse is in Armory. The Maestro is online.
Oh, don't forget that 1v1 also came because Caboose came in with an LMG and started spraying people down too. So there's a bit of heroics on each side, so we can't undervalue it. But at the same time, you know, you are right. It's not been well for defenders in any case. At least they won once, though, right? They've won 2 rounds on defense and lost 4. So at least this isn't a terrible site. You know, they haven't lost it in all and never won it. So something to keep in mind. But they're bringing that Pulse, which we have talked about, and I said I thought the Valk was maybe a better pick because the Pulse has limited intel it can give you, and then if you don't utilize it properly, it's kind of a waste of a C4 because maybe they move. The Valkyrie cam more consistent in what it gives you, and then you get 3 of them. So that's the real difference to me. And also the gun, the not the greatest weapon in the world, and it's Heinz, who we've seen struggle a little bit more here today than they did last week when you said they had popped off, got that 20 bomb. So hopefully here they can see them have a little bit more luck. But again, they're using the so who knows?
Yeah, the NPX spitting out almost twice as many bullets in the same amount of time. Blue has been steadily taken here for the attackers. They're tossing their flashbangs in to try and find some pressure, and Dirt as well has pressure. 2 players, Quixie and Terminal, pushing their way up there. They're going to have to reckon with a castle barricade, but they got plenty of explosives to work with, so that's not going to last very long at all. St. Ambrose is just trying to play tight angles.
Flash is coming through. We saw the shot, that beeper, and the push in from Caboose. He's always been so aggressive. This time it pays off. Gets that kill onto Ajax. More shots trying to land on the bodies in the back. Terminal finding Heinz. That's the dead. DePaul's dead. The information not going to be gleaned any further. Quixie finding Leagues is going to allow him to have that massive man advantage to the post. It's a 5v2. A lot of damage done to Trojan as well. Ancient Boots trying to get some stuff done. Has the LMG in hand, so it's definitely a weapon that can be utilized here. Gets the kill onto Quixie, but they're still taking massive damage themselves. They're going to try and push into the back of Armory. They can't find the body, though, behind 8K Rex. They're going to find them instead. And Terminal shuts it down onto Trojan. A really good round from Rio Grande. They just stormed in sight, had the crossfires, got the plant down, and just solid all around.
Yeah, it really looks like going to switch back to the attacking side where they're feeling so much more comfortable. Turns the tide in this entirety. St. Ambrose just crushed in their own site right there. Overtime match point now. Rio Grande just needs to find 1 on defense. They are definitely capable of it, having found a couple on their last defensive half. But even if they don't find this one in that double overtime round, it's going to come back to that attack again. And St. Ambrose won't get to go basement where they feel more comfortable. Either it's going to have to come down to a CCTV, and Rio Grande hasn't given away a CCTV round on attack yet.
Yes, true. And that does show us that St. Ambrose are feeling probably a little worried, considering that they are going to be on attack only this one round. So even if they win here, they have to figure out something on defense, right? And it just hasn't been very successful on either side. Now, they could win this round still, so at least they're giving themselves a chance, but they still need to do so. We have seen it be pretty close for Rio Grande. Right, they did win on this bomb site to bring us to overtime as well. So recent history shows us that they have some competency here, and it came on the back of some really good angles being taken. Some roamers who I thought maybe could have costed them by being too far off site, but they did end up choosing some good angles and getting the kills that were necessary for them to get the retake and get that last player who was in sight with trying to get that diffuser down. So that does tell us that Rio Grande, at least with that roam game, yes, they do play a little far off, but they know what they're doing, right? They know what angles they need to watch out for. So it's all up to St. Ambrose really to get some opening picks here, I think, is what they really need.
Yeah, especially some roam clears, what I'd really like to see. They have the drones and the Yana Gemini as well to just be clearing with, and it's that extension on the east side that was really wrecking havoc. So they're keeping their eyes on CCTV right off the bat, opening up the window. But if they don't clear this out, Quixie and Terminal are probably going to be out here for the rest of the round. So having to do something about that, I think if they don't do it, they're going to be really hurting for it.
Ajax took some damage. That was, I think, Caboose using the C4 again, trying to net that same kill onto a player on the jacuzzi balcony. Now, it didn't work out this time, and so that player survives, and that was a massive deal, or a massive blow dealt, excuse me, by that C4 last time. It doesn't have the same impact, so they can't rely on it here. They're going to have to get another opening kill the more impactful frag, or at least just buy more time, because that wall's opened up pretty early, not even halfway in. But at least you can say they still have other ground to catch, right? They still need to move into Logi or into construction or get on those windows on highways. There's a lot more still to be done. They're on that rappel on the main stairs, so that's a dangerous game, though. If Ancient Boot doesn't play carefully, that player playing next to them could find them.
And his location is going to be well known after punching those out. He's got some players watching the angle from the main wall for him, though, as well. Trojan looking to throw a nade in there to cover things as well, making sure that there's no more player on the stairs, as Captain Clutch has rotated away just in time to avoid those explosives, but he's still lurking here, waiting for someone to try and repel in, just to dare put themselves visible. But Trojan has made his way in finally, and it's going to clutch up on Captain Clutch. The meter has been broken out, so Caboose is not going to be able to use that position very well, but he still is going to find a kill around his other one.
Yeah, he pushes out and gets that refrag on Ancient Boot, so that's a really good job. It's the best you could do in that position. Captain Clutch, not much you can do there. You get pinched from in front and from behind, in fact. So the player on the window might have had the angle on him, but didn't matter. If Trojan from behind gets the kill, Caboose take massive damage, but still alive at least. Now this avenue is opened up, though, for St. Ambrose. They have 30 seconds to try and get it done. They're going to go for the plant. They're trying to push in. They're getting their feet shot. Caboose finding the kill onto one as we're finding Hines. It's going to start marking the end here if they can't bring it back. And another down onto Ajax, leaves it all up to Trojan. A 1v4. It's not looking good. 15 seconds remain. He's going for the push in, trying to find Caboose. Doesn't find the body, rotates over, going through the bathroom area. This is all lost cause at this point. He finds one. Will they feed into him? No. Caboose actually does the repeak, gets the win. Rio Grande in overtime takes map 2. We're going to map 3.
That means we get the third of our 3 Cs. We've done Coast, we've done Club, and a Chalet. This one is going to be neither team's pick, so there's no other team to win it. So this one is truly going to come down to who is the better team. There's not going to be any experience on the maps that comes in, really just who is better on their tertiary map here. Taking turns, and this one being extra close, going all the way to overtime. So Ragran might be feeling a little bit better, especially since they know that they've won in a long match against St. Ambrose before.
Well, what's really awkward, too, is we don't know who's starting on what side, because each team won with a 2-round plus, 8-6 and 7-5. And usually it's round differential that tells us who's going to win. Or get to choose the side to start with. So we'll go on break here, and we'll figure that out during this break for you. We'll be right back. Hello, welcome back, NECC. We just saw the second map where St. Ambrose fell to Rio Grande. Trying to say their name properly now. 8-6 overtime. So close maps both times, 7-5 and an 8-6, 1-2 each. And now we get to see, as you can see in the map bands, where do we go? Chalet. And in the break, we did confirm that it is the seed that gets to choose. So we do know that Rio Grande is choosing, I believe, attack side, right? Tresh, correct me if I'm wrong there.
Yes, they will be taking attack side here, and Chalet is infamous, especially once it got added to the map pool as the only one that was pretty undeniably attacker sided off of the first bit of play, and it's continued to be so. So, especially off of them winning so heavily off of their attacks, 4-2 in the first half and 1 in the overtime, and then winning in defense as well. They're definitely looking good on the attacks. They want to start this one off pretty explosively.
Well, like you said, we've seen on the last map attacker sided, but it was weird because Coastline, which is more attacker sided than Clubhouse, typically, was not, right? So it's weird. But, you're right. We should have expectations for that probably being the case, especially since St. Ambrose did choose that to start with here, and they had chosen it on Clubhouse where they did really well. So I imagine they feel pretty confident in their attacks. Now, the thing to watch out for here is that this isn't a map where I'm normally convinced in anchoring sites. You really do like a roam game. And St. Ambrose haven't really done the roam game as well. And that's the concern for them, is that's going to be hard if they can't adapt to it.
Yeah, and we know there'll be more wide roam, just like we saw from Rio Grande on Clubhouse just now in the last couple rounds. They were really devastating from the east side of the map, where St. Ambrose didn't really do much about them on the second floor objective. And conversely, St. Ambrose really likes shield play. They like bringing their echo, and they are pretty effective playing with their utility as well. And this map really favors using deployable shields to cut off some really good choke points. And St. Ambrose does have a tendency to win when it comes down to just a shootout down a strict hallway. So that's another thing that's going to lend towards them totally converse to that roaming situation.
All right, so there's pros and cons, I suppose, on each side of what this map can bring for its team. Cade being banned is not surprising. We've seen 0 bans, pretty consistently now, so clearly there's something going on there. They don't like the fact that he has a lot of cameras that can watch, and shoot and zap things as well, on top of the fact that he has hard breach. So he brings a lot of utility, right? So they don't like that to be on the table for the attackers. And Rio Grande, excuse me, they're the ones who banned him. So, I think that's a St. Ambrose thing to do. And you mentioned they play utility so well. So they're just trying to take it out of their hands. Now, on the other side, St. Ambrose banning that Mozzie is an interesting choice. We haven't seen that yet. We have seen Terminal do some damage on it, though. So that's probably why they went that route.
Yeah, I think it's pretty funny to see here. The Thatcher and Kayet, each team is going to take one of those away, but the other ones are target bans. And with teams that have such a history here, this is their 6th game playing against each other in the league. They've had plenty of time to scout each other out, see how the other ones play, and actually play up against them, so they know exactly what their opponents are going to be looking for here. And coming up to Chalet, taking away some of those just preference options from the other teams. And obviously in chat we got a sad from Quixie, who was wanting to be using that Mozzie. So you see that one actually hits its mark right off the bat.
Well, unfortunate, but it happens. In any case, we're going to see the basement be the first site, and that's, in my opinion, odd, because this is a map where basement is arguably one of the worst sites. Statistically speaking, especially if you look at the higher level of play, you'd expect top floor is almost always the first choice. And then from there, maybe you go to bar and gaming, where you can utilize those shields to lock down upstairs, especially that corridor and the mezzanine area. And that's something we've seen St. Ambrose thrive in, is using those shields. So to see them go down here first, a bit odd.
Yeah, well, I gotta say, I'm not too surprised by the pick here, because St. Ambrose definitely are more comfortable when they only have to deal with one level of vertical play on site. Having to deal with things from above and below, it can get them off kilter, and they definitely prefer taking the basement sites when they can. They just feel better right there. I think Yeah, that's a nade going out. That should just remove the bandit batteries unless there's something grabbing those.
ADSs?
Must be a Jaeger. I just don't hear the sound cue from there. So that's going to eat up a couple nades right off the bat. It was actually pretty good.
So both nades utilized. Yana isn't over there to use her nades. They had people with flash grenades and smoke grenades that could have burned those ADSs for them. So a bit of a misplay. I'm just going to say it. You got to use utility a little bit better than that. Now, they still have a chance here. But again, using the grenades, and they're lucky there's no ADS there because they didn't burn it with flashes, I don't think. So just another example there. Now, they do have flare drones, so they still have at least the utility they need. And they could get rid of, for example, where Ajax is playing here, they could just shoot a Rotero drone into that position and burn away this bandit charges. And indeed, that's what they're going to do. So they're doing a backside take, it seems.
Attackers have located
Yeah, immediately rotating off of Snowmobile Garage and instead operating for wine. This is going to be pretty obvious at this point. They spent quite a bit of time setting up for it. So St. Ambrose is going to know and move their players accordingly. As smoke goes down there, unfortunately, that's actually going to hurt that side angle that Captain Clutch has right there. And it's going to leave him a sitting duck for a C4. Ajax finding his mark right there. That's going to blunt the push, especially as Caboose tries to get down main stairs. Luckily, he's got some heals for himself. The C4 isn't going to quite be close enough to kill him off. The first defender to go down his fleets. He's going to be reasonable potentially if he's going to stay outside of line of sight. Caboose is boosting up his HP right there, but with boosting up his teammates, it means that these smokes are going to be extra deadly, meaning it's just about impossible to start pushing up through the door.
Well, it's a 4v4 essentially as Fleeg's down. We see Azra is going to push up right next to someone who's going to swing on them. He's going to get the kill on the coverage, actually. There's also Echo Drones to be aware of. Terminal finding Ajax is going to help out a bit here. Those Echo Drones still being very pesty and just shooting them and stopping them from the plant down, but the peaks have to come through. There's no more concussions to utilize. Trojan dead. Still down as Fleeg, so it's all up to Ancient Boot now in a 1v3 situation. Stuck in blue. They find one onto Azra. There's two more that they need to find. They have to start pushing up or looking through the breached hole there. Now that kill does get confirmed, Terminal onto the down player of Fleegs, but still a 1v2 situation for Ancient Boot. They're trying to figure it out, but laying down in a little bit of a, I don't want to use the word rat anymore, so we'll just call it like a feline position here. The lazy cat just gets the kill.
Yeah, Terminal running away with the round. That actually marks 4 on the round in total. Really just loving the position back there. And it took a couple attempts at the plant there. It was hard to get through St. Ambrose's initial line. They had good angles to be watching. But I think it was Caboose coming down main stairs that really sealed things up, or at least him surviving that attack and actually getting to redeploy and get back into the fight.
At the very least, it kept eyes away from the main push, right? That's useful. That's a good idea, just in the sense that you are splitting their attention. You're getting a potential crossfire, right? So there's a lot of gains. Now, if you lost a life, obviously, you could argue those gains weren't maybe worth the risk. But when it does pay off, you know, who are you to argue anymore, right? In this case, though, they don't like the fact that it did play out that way. They are going to go to that upstairs site. And like I said, downstairs, not the greatest site. And that's one of the reasons why is if they have the ability to open up those walls, then it's hard for you as a defender to try and deny it, right? They tried with the Echo Drones. That just did not pay off, right? It just didn't have enough time burned. So upstairs, I think, is definitely a stronger site for St. Ambrose.
Yeah, and they are bringing one shield here. They've got a bunch of C4s as well. So I'd really like to see some vertical play here, looking to deny plant from below or use these Valkyrie cams to find some early picks. But I don't know if we have anyone playing downstairs, at least right off of the start here. But plenty of intel is going out here. They're keeping tabs on just about the entire map.
Yeah, Black Eyes being utilized a lot more than we had seen previously, and we've seen it in the latter half, I think, more so of the last map, and now we see them coming out earlier on. We see Terminal trying to push in, and you know, if no one's droning, it could be a little bit more dangerous, but we also know St. Ambrose pretty well, and I'm certain Rio does too. They don't like to extend out, so they're probably pretty confident to just push in and take this map control. Now, that is concerning, though, because that allows them to just get up and close to that wall, get a breach, and then start executing into piano as well to get crossfires. And you're not too scared because, again, St. Ambrose doesn't extend out. And so the time that you would normally buy in this map is just not being bought.
Yeah, so those Valkyrie cams are going to be giving intel, but they're just going to tell the team where Rio Grande is coming from because they don't have anyone to play off of them. That's going to be a big blunder here, and losing Fleeks once again to some explosives. Even if he is going to be rezzed, he's left at just a sliver of health, so it's going to be really hard for him to find some mileage. And without any grenade denial, the shield that they do have isn't going to stay up for any length of time. It's going to allow Terminal to find a kill off this angle as well. He's finding one himself as well, and finding a second one. Wallbangs coming out, and Terminal just keeping this up. Ajax suddenly all alone in the bowels of sight. He's going to find, oh, not quite one in the bathroom, as Quixie's just going to be faster than him on the flick.
I thought this might have been a stronger sight, but, then I realized what I had just been saying. I'm like, wait a second. This team doesn't like to extend out. They don't like to roam.
Yeah.
You have to on this map. And this is what we mentioned before the map even started. That was my concern. St. Ambrose, you don't extend out. You don't buy yourself time. And what happens? They're just going to walk right up to the normal execution areas without any time to make them feel rushed or to make them more prone to making mistakes, right? That's what time does. And so because you didn't do that, they open up the wall. There's no one to even roam and catch their breaching players from behind, like on main stairs basement. That's pretty common. Someone sneaking up like Citizen and GTA saw that in the past. What's going on? Where is that? They don't have it. And so Rio Grande read into it perfectly, go for a quick execute, and they are just slapping St. Ambrose down. They're not able to adjust to this, it seems. So we need to see that roam. Otherwise, it's going to keep happening.
Yeah, and I think definitely muting some of the players who have been doing a lot more when they're able to find kills and having them play a little more conservatively is something that's really hurting St. Ambrose. I mean, if they lose this match, it's going to be on the back of not playing aggressively enough at defense. Smart aggressive, not obviously just running out and looking for gunfights, but taking more ground. They give up so much space constantly. And Rio Grande, I think they seem to have the read on it, at least on the attacking half. So they're looking to run away with this one.
So far, so good. St. Ambrose have, they have at least had some success, and they've kept the games close. They lost last map, but it went to overtime, so you can't expect this to continue forever, at least not with what we've seen in the past. So it'd be surprising to see this go any further. They know how to make adjustments too. We saw them make adjustments last map. They had brought different lineups. They had to put utility in different positions in order to counter what they had seen. So I'm hoping to see that a little bit here. And already you see Fleeks already going up on the main stairs here. This is something we didn't see last time. Now, will they go for a full rotation? I don't know. But at least they're attempting to spread out a little bit more.
That's definitely an option for pushing off something like Caboose coming down those stairs like last time. So if the same thing happens again, he'll be on top of it already. But they might not even need it as they've already opened up the main bridge to Snowmobile. And now they're moving to make that same push into Wine Room as before, or at least get that off angle pressure from the Thermite opening it up. They still got a player out here, so it's going to start cutting off a lot of rotations between the sites and through blue.
This wall being opened up is going to hurt them a lot. Obviously, they're being successful in opening up the top lines, not necessarily the full wall, but you don't need it. It's just the lines of sight, and there it is. Terminal getting a kill off of that. Feeding a lot of information with this drone work too is going to be knowing that there are players playing in blue. Now that player Fleeks playing on those stairs did capitalize on the kill and get Caboose taken care of, so that's a lot different than last time, but still another player falls on the defense. It's going to be now Hines falling to Quixie, a 4v2. It's all up to Fleeks and Ancient Boot. They have a 2v4, a massive amount of bodies to come back from, and a trade from Fleeks and Captain Clutch is not going to help. You're still in a 1v3. At least Ancient Boot finds one. Can't quite get the flick. They almost lined up for it. Azra saves the day, though. That's 3 in a row now for Rio.
It's a repeat of our original basement round, except this time Rio Grande has crunched down on the throat of St. Ambrose even more, opening up Snowmobile, keeping a player out there, and the player was Caboose, no less, so someone who's really able to dominate that line of sight. The drone work was never shut down. I think maybe an answer to that might be just bringing a mute and closing down some of those hallways that could be droned through, but Rio Grande so early in the round, about halfway through, had the location of every single member of St. Ambrose. So as long as they communicated those, they could just walk through, picking them up one by one. And either way, they ended up doing exactly that. It was just a really dominant round right there. All of those miniature objectives, all of the hard breach went off, and they really didn't hit a hitch in that path that they were making to the defuse and the eventual round win.
Indeed, there's nothing more I can really add to that. I can only look on the other side and say, the push up did get the kill on the caboose, so you can say that it did happen. Fleegs was able to catch him unaware by playing on those midsters, but again, there was no massive difference, right? There wasn't the difference of roamers coming in, flanking them, which they seem very open to. They're not watching their backs very well. They're all focused on those lines of sight into the objective because they know you anchor. So I would really like to see St. Ambrose just do some counterplay here. Let's look into what they're doing. You need to be adaptive within the game. You can't just be adaptive to what you've seen in previous matches or in previous maps. You have to do it on the fly a little bit better than this. And now they're down 3-0 against them. Again, this is an attacker side map. We said that to start with, so it's not insurmountable. But, if it keeps going further and further this direction, it's going to be eventually a 7-0. I don't want to call it now, but it's likely to happen if they don't adapt.
And it's just like we were saying, if this timeout doesn't show us that it's in the repertoire for St. Ambrose, they're just not going to have an answer. I feel they're choosing a different objective here, but this one, even more so than the other, requires you to have players that are far from sight. You're going to need players up top because the havoc that Rio Grande will cause from above. Caboose up there on the sledge looks terrifying from where I'm sitting right now. They've got the Hibana for opening up hatches up top, and they're just going to rain death down from above on St. Ambrose if we don't see something totally different. So that time to talk amongst their team, I think, is the only chance to unearth anything that we haven't seen, any hidden strategies, that time to collect themselves and go over the same things that we've been talking and find a solution for it. That's the only out that I see for this defensive half on St. Ambrose.
I saw Ancient Boot above, but it looked like they're rotating right back down. So is anyone going to cover the vertical play? Like you mentioned, that's massive. They have a sledge. Like, if you can't shut that down, that's concerning. And now we see the drone work coming through. We've seen pretty good drone work. I'd say better drone work so far than we had seen in the previous maps from obviously Rio Grande so far. We'll see what St. Ambrose does on their attack. But Rio Grande, they were never that bad with it. But we've seen, I think they've started to really take this a bit more seriously when it comes to utility. They were kind of fubbing up on some utility play. Even we saw in Clubhouse a little bit too. Now, though, they're working like a better, well-oiled machine compared to before, right? It wasn't as well-oiled. Now it is. We're seeing them work together, pinch things out, drone it, ping it, and now the vertical play comes through.
Yeah, I don't even think it's like a map thing. I think they just have really come into their own, and they found a place where St. Ambrose is feeling less comfortable. So Rio Grande really keeping the communication a lot better, and they already have, no questions asked, all of the soft destruction they need on the second floor, and the hatch going open here as well. They're going to have that drop for the late round. Obviously, they're not trying to use it right now. It's just going to be forcing players out of kitchen. And if they're able to keep the drones and get some more intel, they're going to be locking down more angles. Trojan goes down without too much of a fight. He's going to take a lot of the health off of Captain Project, actually, to give him the correct credit. But Ajax is going to be there watching the floors as well. So the player count even, it does still hurt those. Ajax is going to be mostly locked down in this angle. He's going to find another kill here as Caboose has pushed up too aggressively on the doorway. Ancient Boot, Gunfight himself is very low now.
I think he gets still some of these vertical angles from above could be utilized against him, but after Rio Grande has opened him up, they haven't even utilized it. And this is actually a critical error on their part. They certainly have lines of sight onto some of these bodies. Now, they're trying to find them just to the lines of sight created by the hard breach, but it's just not quite enough. They have 45 seconds, and the pings are coming through, but not the shots. They're not landing with Terminal, and Ezra have something to say about that, but then they're not watching their corners properly. A down now, and it's Ajax and Hines against a one-man left. Terminal. Can he help his player up and at least put it into a 2v2 situation? Looks like they can do it, but it's still not a lot of time to work with and a lot of damage done to your partner in crime. So you see the push up the stairs from that player. Quixie might be able to land some shots and allow them some access into the site, but Quixie isn't looking on that bomb chassis like you would expect. There it is, Ajax taking care of it. So there's at least one body found, but Hines is going to get a kill on a Terminal by their gadget. Unfortunately, they didn't ping out all the gadgetry on site. Now it's all up to Quixie trying to get this 1v1 clutch. They have the shots onto themselves, but they don't know where it came from. They don't get the shots back. In St. Ambrose, well, they managed to survive and hang on and win one round.
All right, I must say there, I think this is a blunder from Rio Grande rather than a huge success from St. Ambrose. Obviously, they did everything that they needed to make things up here, and there was some great shooting there. But I think Rio Grande really played into SAU's strength here. I think it was a real confidence check. Rio Grande finding that 3 rounds in a row feeling really good. And they skipped a couple steps there. Just like you said, taking everyone off of the vertical angles. They got kills off of vertical angles and then immediately move everyone off. I mean, if you just kept Caboose up there, Caboose could have stayed up there, keeping lines of sight through the floor and locking down more angles. And that alone would have made it so much easier to keep finding St. Ambrose players because they're still all in line of sight. They're just in run room off. So if they have to rotate when pushed by his teammates, they're going to find kills. And as soon as we see Quixie go back upstairs after being rezzed, he immediately goes right through, finds the kill on the Wamai in sight. It took no time, and that's something that they could have had a player up there doing the whole time instead of Caboose running directly into sight on his own and just getting his dome lopped off by a bullet. So skipping some steps, rushing for the end there. They had the end in sight, but it wasn't quite as close as they thought. And St. Ambrose, truth be told, they win out when the game gets chaotic. When 5 players are all pitted in like 3 rooms, St. Ambrose is just going to win out. They are a little faster reacting to these close-up gunfights, and I think that comes from being previously a Call of Duty roster.
I also think that a lot of it comes down to they thrive in the chaos in general with time pressuring Rio Grande. When Rio Grande has been pressured for time, they haven't been as successful. It's just what I've seen, right? They haven't been able to clutch out in those moments. They fed into St. Ambrose because they haven't done their work with due diligence. They haven't had the information being fed to them. They don't have a pre-placed drone in sight a lot of the time either. They have it watching the flanks, but in sight, lack of information, and so they kind of, spiral out of control. Seeing a lot of these nades being burned out now. At least they're going to get some lines of sight opened up, but still, more work to be done. They have the main wall open up. You can see Caboose peeking in through, but they are still working on this other side, the north side push, which is where they really like to go with the diffuser. Fleegs is going to be holding that angle, trying to catch Caboose unaware. So we did see Caboose get killed from a similar angle before, so he's going to have to watch out for it here.
Yeah, I like seeing the reprisal of this fight yet again. The two of them kind of creating their own storyline on just this little angle. Fleek does have a friend there in Trojan watching the other side of the door as well, making it difficult. But Rio Grande has been able to win off of just their pressure on Trench on the other side. So they don't really need Caboose to win the round for them on the other side. He's just keeping that extra pressure watching the angle. But the attack has been slowed down a little bit further by Trench as Fleegs and Caboose do finally find that fight. Fleegs doesn't have that healing though, so he's going to be losing the war of attrition by a little bit. Terminal goes down here to Hines. He was instrumental last time on the basement attack, and St. Ambrose for the first time has the first pick.
Well, Fleegs going to get Caboose as well, so things are falling apart for Rio. These are some adjustments being made on different angles that are going to be held, and then the peaks coming through from the attackers. They're giving them the ones. It's not working out this time. We've seen them have taken advantage of those angles. Now they're actually getting punished for them. So St. Ambrose haven't really changed anything except for the way that they're playing the angles. And I guess that's been enough because they're up 5-3 now. And then they feed right back into Fleegs, who's standing on those main stairs still. They haven't been able to push him out of this position. Quixie falls, and Azra and Captain Clutch now have to live up to that name and clutch out.
I'm loving to see St. Ambrose learning in real time, playing these same fights, just better every time. And we're really going to see that because they were just torn apart in the basement before. And they're already in a 5v2, fighting basically the same fights. Fleegs finding huge mileage just in the same spot he was before, just keeping a step ahead in the mental game on a couple players coming in here. And while he's on fire, the Rio Grande attack has focused on the spot where he's been watching all game. Hines is going to be finding that next kill, and Azra is just stuck outside. He's got diffuser, but there's no way he's getting in, and there's no way he's getting past an echo drone, let alone all the guns pointing right down at him. That's a second round for St. Ambrose, and they're starting to pick things up. I think they found some answers in their timeout.
It seems so. They found 2 rounds afterwards, so certainly it bought them something. The interesting part is Rio, haven't changed their push, and St. Ambrose really haven't changed the way they played the defense. I guess, like I was saying, the only real explanation I can find is that either Rio aren't playing it the same way they did before in the way they're pushing, or the angles are just being held in a just slightly different way that's been advantageous for St. Ambrose. Whatever the case, you can't complain about it. It's been successful. Now they have to win one more round to get an even split, which would be pretty good on Cholet. Rio, they're hoping to keep that attacker advantage. They won last map after being up 4-2. Obviously, they let it slip back into overtime, but still a map one. It would be good for them to get up 4-2 again. At least it would kind of feel like repeating history.
The Valkyrie is back up, so we're going to be hoping to see someone playing off of those Valkyrie camps further outside of sight, but I'll be honest, I'd be a little bit surprised if we do see it. And that does worry me about Ragran just coming right back and rolling through the site once again, because they just walked into sight last time. And there's no questions asked about it there, and St. Ambrose is just going to be relying on gun skill if we see the same round play out without any roamers.
They have the castles, so those are the adjustment we've seen a little bit, and we have seen, again, a switch from Caboose. They had some success with the LMGs, so to see them switch over to the sledges may be unfortunate because it doesn't seem like they're utilizing the frag potential that they've had in the past. We saw them die on the sledge last time, and now we're going to see what they can do here. They are going to be that direct counter. They can take care of those castle barricades for free, virtually, as you'll see this one's about to fall. But, you know, my question is, will he be able to frag out like he's been able to when he has an LMG in his hand? Because if not, is it really worthwhile? You could have used early shielding potentially on those.
I like to see the attack from library as one of my favorite attack angles on this map, but it is going a little bit slow with a minute down and just enough droning for them to get in sight, with Quixie actually clearing out a little bit slower. Usually, Ragran has been exceeding and taking real estate very, very quickly. So sometimes I can be a little concerned to see them kind of slow their pace down and start playing the time game against themselves, while St. Ambrose is really not putting up that kind of pressure.
Well, no pressure of time, at least yet, for Rio. They're taking a little bit more time than we've seen them previously do when it comes to clearing out and getting control of the map. But as you can see, and as we've said many times, St. Ambrose don't like to extend out very much. Now, the cams are at least out here to feed that information, and we do see Fleegs, just like on the main stairs, they do like to peek out here and there, so it could net them something. We do see Hines also holding some angles. We see the down on the Caboose. That sledge downed already, so if that was a Finka, could have helped themselves up, could re-heal yourself. So again, a question there of what that would gain you. But Terminal going to get the kill onto Fleegs at least to shut that down. So even though they had gotten down, the technical first kill goes in favor of Rio.
Yeah, Terminal has that 20 HP as well, just about as well as Caboose. But Quixie's going to find another one here off the window. Really having a nice time with that angle, as it has also been removed. Another one there on his angle. He's finally going to get shut down by Ajax after getting a couple. It's Hines and Ajax against 4 players right now with the defuse going down. Ajax barely hanging on, just as Hines is. They have to make this happen to keep in it for an even round. But they're both sitting on a sliver, and plenty of angles are just so heavily held by Rio Grande.
Post plant 2v3, Ajax and Hines have a lot of work to do. Not a lot of HP, like you had mentioned. They're going to have to push up from different angles. They see the peak coming through. Hines shut down instantly. It's pretty much a lost cause for Ajax because they don't have the time to find these last 3 bodies. And the HP, it's a 1 HP in a dream kind of situation here. And time is only going to further fall for them. You see the jump in through Caboose. It's going to open up the angle now from Piano. And now they have the crossfires. It's virtually over. Captain Clutch ends the misery, putting them up 4-2, and they're going to go now to their defensive half to see what they can do.
A slower push, but no less inevitable than before. It's still really clean win right there, 4-2. Rio Grande is feeling good about that one, but SAU showing that they're still a force to be reckoned with, even if they take some pretty heavy blows for those early rounds. Things are switching up, though, and St. Ambrose gets their chance at the attack, and maybe we will have a map that kind of goes towards the leaning that we traditionally associate with it after a attack-sided clubhouse and a defense-sided coastline.
Well, looking at the lineups, we're going to see some operators that we haven't really seen before. We see the Aruni, which I don't think has been brought yet, so that's a new face. And we've seen the Osa being brought by St. Ambrose on attack. So 2 new faces. We've seen them in, I think, past maps. At least we saw the Aruni get banned in the last map. But here she's available, and she's going to be brought. Now, you're going to go for the upstairs hold, which we had seen lost by St. Ambrose 2 times. I believe they went up here. And so it wasn't the most successful of sites, but This is a more standard hold, like I had said in the first place. So seeing them go to basement so often was a bit odd. So I'm not surprised to see Ryo go up here. And the operators they're bringing are also a little more conventional. You have the mute jammers, you have the Runegates in tandem with the Wamai and the Jaeger. So there's a lot of denial for projectiles, which are usually used to clear out these angles and clear out any shields that might be, for example, brought by that thorn and probably placed on the piano, if I had to guess. So this is a very standard hold coming out from Rio Grande.
Yeah, it's a little bit more what we expect. We see that piano shield, which you didn't actually see come out from St. Ambrose. It's a really good choke position. It just dominates highway until it has been suitably dealt with. And St. Ambrose bringing out once again the Osa. That's the shield on attack. They're not using her for the windows. Instead of using it a little more like you'd use a Blitz or a Monty. Just push it up and feeding some intel out and trying to be that first line of the offense.
They're pinging, giving clues as to where they should be pushing, telling them, can you clear this, can you shoot this, things like that. So they're utilizing these pings to just clear the comms up, is my guess as to why you might see a little bit more of that than maybe what is conventional. The push up from the Osa is going to get a lot of attention from these guns on Rio Grande. You see that they have done the extension that we've talked about. Now, that does leave Thorn in a tricky position. It could get pinched up from a player pushing in through that library, but Terminal is going to swing out with that MP5K and get the kill. A swing out from the Thorn, very aggressive, is going to get a down, but not the kill. Hines getting that refrag and saving the player's life of Ajax, but still down, still need to help them back up, and it looks like that Rio Grande is just hoping and waiting for prey to fall in their lap. Quixie on the downstairs roam in from Bar, gets a kill onto Fleegs, going to end that Osa's run. And with Ajax still down, that's putting them in essentially in a 2v4 right now.
Yeah, Rio Grande looking to pounce you with Azra, just looking around for opportunities. He finds one and fells the diffuser as well. Ajax rezzed, but it's a trade-off for Hines. Ancient Boot has been waiting around for the opportunity, though, and gets the calls. So despite having Hines on the ground, they're going to get him right back up, and suddenly it's gone from 2 players on the ground to all 3 up, and they're even for players, if not life.
50 seconds remain. Low on life, but at least the same amount of bodies are on each side, so St. Ambrose certainly have a chance here. All they got to do is land the shots before the other team does, but they haven't landed the utility gain that they would hope for. There is not a lot of time, and they're not going to be able to get the push that would be ideal, like opening up the hard breach. The shield still being there as well is only going to make this even more of a problem. They're going to have to funnel in. They have 20 seconds. They know it. They're going to have to just util dump here and hope for the best. ADS catches that nade. Do they have anything more in pocket? There's a flash at least. You're going to try and bait him out with Diana clone, but it's going to get caught by the mute jammer. This utility is working out perfectly for Rio Grande. 1 body found by Captain and Clutch, and 2 found by Quixie. He's going to end it. They're going up another round. 5-2 now. Rio Grande taking a massive lead.
Yeah, this is where these numbers are starting to look scary close to match point. St. Ambrose dreading that number 7, which is looming closer and closer, especially as they're struggling now on the attack. A little more like how it was on the defense. And you see a more default hold, once again, just really shutting down St. Ambrose. If you're able to waste time out by mezzanine and library stairs, it makes just a shield and some ADS is a terrifying thing to deal with. You have to throw so much utility that took a nade to take out the Aruni gate, a nade to get eaten by a Jaeger ADS, and a flashbang getting thrown out. The Yana drone couldn't get out. There's so much utility that St. Ambrose needed to dump right there. And eventually they'd get past it. They had enough utility in pocket to do it. Well, 20 seconds on the clock. They end up just having to face check it. 3 players on 1 hallway, trying to find the head of 1 player on the ground. And even though it's a 3v1, the odds just aren't in your favor, especially with more players waiting back in sight. So it's that time wasting that makes it impossible to even get close to sight.
This is what we were talking about earlier in the map, where like this is a map where you have to extend out because you have to buy that time. St. Ambrose didn't do that. And they still got 2 rounds of defense, which, you know, it's kind of normal in some senses depending on the matchup. But here, Rio Grande showing how strong it can be. The upstairs site that was unsuccessful for St. Ambrose wasn't even close. It was completely won by Rio because they had done that extension so well that by the time they got to the site, they had no time to even clear out the utility. And the utility was also well placed. Let's not downplay that either. Now they get to go to the bar and gaming, another site that I personally find very exciting to watch because if it's locked down properly, the util again could be utilized properly by this defense to buy a win just on time alone. You have to get highway cleared. You have to try and push in through library, which we see they're doing right now, and it's just a lot for these attackers to focus on.
Yeah, the combination of Mira and Frost, they've got shields readied for watching. Library side, they've got a Mira watching it as well, and one that's going to watch at the very end of the round through Stalk into Games Room as well. It makes it so hard to get into this site. So St. Ambrose is going to be starting right off the bat using the shield set up on Library window. Immediately, Heinz jumping in. He's still going to be visible through the hatch, so he takes a bunch of damage for that crossover the sight line. The player on Mezzanine is giving a huge problem, in a C4, I think, is going to knock out the shield, if not a player. Ajax finds the first kill taken out quick. See, while his teammate is going to get down through the lack of intel on a Frostmat.
I was trying not to laugh because that doesn't happen very often. Normally, you're used to Frost on this map, but especially this bomb site.
Yeah, typically it's like a default. Clear those ones.
Yeah, but oh well, it didn't look down and gets caught for it, but could still get helped by a teammate. But Caboose is going to finish off Ancient Boot. A shot from below terminal, watching that angle. That's why that hatch is open up, and as well, some lines of sight from below. They're watching that diffuser, playing it perfectly terminal. They're not aware of his position. Doesn't have a C4 to use, but I think that's what opened up this line of sight. In the first place, Caboose getting that kill onto the player who was down. Trojan getting a frag, onto Caboose. So at least they are managed to get some kills here and keep it close. It's 2-3 in the man count department. St. Ambrose have a minute to play with, so plenty of time for them. But being down so many bodies, they're going to have a lot of angles they're going to have to watch out for. They have to figure out what kind of push are we going to do. They have to work together here.
In this situation, interesting thing, Trojan actually being on Fuse opens up some opportunities. He's going to try and clear that area out. He's finally bought a little bit of time and some space, and he can make sure that the diffuser actually is going to be safe to pick up. A terminal here has taken the utmost power position, especially when your opponents are stacked up in library. It's been a kill box over the course of the round, and that hatch is just not possible to drop through without just getting shot down like a skeet.
25 seconds remain, a 2v3. They've just been sitting up there trying to buy something, and it has just only bought the defenders more of an advantage because of so much time. They didn't clear any real utility that was necessary. Os is going to drop with the shield in hand. It's just kind of a bait at this point. Oh my god, the fuse is going to... Oh, I thought that was going to bounce and get their own shield taken care of. They actually have a chance here. No, there's Overwatch from Heinz, but it's just not quite good enough. Captain Clutch and Terminal both get those kills respectively, and now St. Ambrose are on their back foot, as this is going to be map and match point for Rio Grande.
After coming out really strong to start this match, things are suddenly looking very dire. They've had a hard time finding any traction except for those 2 rounds on Chalet. This one has just been so confident for Rio Grande. I mean, this last round, they just locked down once again and had an answer to especially the situation that we've seen time and time again, St. Ambrose all stacking up on each other, staying in one area, and that one was an unwise one to be stacked up in, especially. So they finally just found one that was an utter checkmate to players being too close to each other. Usually having 2 players in library is dangerous enough as is because of those deadly sights from below.
That plant position just requires too many bodies to be watching all the angles. No matter what position the other player was in, I'll be honest, it just was kind of a hopeless cause. You had to hope for a pick to go your way. And with using the fuse, they just didn't utilize it in the right positions. They kept fusing the same bomb site, really. And they didn't push anyone out of any positions. They could have fused closer to that rotate that was next to the Mira in the back stock area, bar stock, but they didn't. So the pucks didn't rotate in there and maybe catch the player behind that Mira. So it really didn't do much for them except for waste time. And unfortunately for them, that just ended in the round that we just witnessed, you know, just a complete catastrophe. Now they have to deal with another defense that we haven't seen from Rio Grande, which is going to be the basement hold. They've won 2 defenses so far. They haven't looked at like they have much of a weakness. And St. Ambrose, they've struggled with the roam clear in the past, and that is where this map excels.
Yeah, I would love to see a recognition of that, especially like a Jackal pick. Jackal's done so much work for Rio Grande throughout this map and the match as well. And I'm seeing something that worries me. I've seen some great things from Trojan on Montaigne, but typically a team locking in a Monty, especially a 2-shield composition right here with the Osa as well, down on match point. That's always a worrisome sign for me to see. And starting things off with a C4 from Caboose. We've seen this before as well. Caboose loves throwing those through the Maverick hole, and they've taken out Fleek. So there's no hard breach left unless it's going to be a hard breach charge or a Maverick. And Ajax left at a sliver of HP.
Royal Grand, we've seen that before, like you mentioned, where they open up a hole or an angle and then it's used against them, especially the Maverick holes. This is not the first time. We saw Impact Trick before as well. If you remember all the way back on the first map of Coastline, utilizing a Maverick hole to Impact Trick the hard breach. Here, it gets a kill instead, and a kill where St. Ambrose can't afford to lose a body like that. This is map and match point. Now you're down to a 4v5, halfway through a round, barely any map control. One of your players still alive is a Montaigne, which is like a human drone. So you got to utilize this wisely if you want to come away with a win.
They have some information on a player in this hallway, now stacked up in kitchen after fading away pretty fast. Montaigne also feeding information about the player on bottom of library stairs. But they're not keeping the angle. Washington Azra gets another kill, another one just attacking away. It's another hard breacher. Quixie gets another one as well. That's going to be another shield left. Trojan is not going to be one of the players you want to have left to try and clutch things up. Boot has done some great things in clutch scenarios, but it's a 2v4 right now, and Trojan hasn't even had a chance to bring down that shield to try and find any kills or anything, and now he's going to be down to Quixie. Rio Grande looking to just clean things up and take it home, make their way on to the finals right here. Only Ancient Boot left on here, and Quixie getting yet another one to finish things out. That is Rio Grande as one of our finalists in the Emergence League.
Lebanon Valley, we just got it in too. Not to take away from what we just witnessed, but Lebanon Valley, the 4th seed, won against Carthage, who were undefeated in the regular season. So a huge upset outside of this game, and now Rio Grande are not going to be facing and getting revenge against this team that beat them, the only team that beat them in the regular season. They're actually going to be facing the 4 seed, so now they even have maybe more of a massive advantage than maybe they were expecting. So a massive victory here, and then even a boon on another matchup to help them. Now they have the top seed going into the finals.
Yeah, Rio Grande ecstatic after the events of tonight. A great showing from both teams. St. Ambrose really leaving a season here to be proud of as well. But Rio Grande as a guaranteed 2nd place here, and actually the team that we would expect to be winning here. They've already had the victory against their opponents here in the finals, and they were able to show us that once again they can seal away a 2-1 victory over St. Ambrose University, even if it was looking pretty dire right before overtime on map 2. But they were able to bring it home and rally themselves, find that consistency on all aspects of the game to bring it home here.
I believe we have a short break, but we will be having an interview with the winners. My guess is it's going to be Caboose, but we'll find out who on Rio will be coming in for that interview. But we'll be right back with that interview, so stay tuned. Don't go away.
Welcome back, everybody. In the wake of that stunning victory, we have Caboose of the University of Rio Grande. Right? That is the correct pronunciation, just to make
Yes.
sure. All right. We weren't totally sure, and we were getting caught up
Oh.
there throughout.
Don't worry,
the
you're not the
match.
only one. Probably everybody has
Yes, me.
mispronounced it at one point
See,
or another.
that's my quarter Mexican just taking control. I gotta
that's
pronounce it Spanish.
yeah, that's completely understandable. Us being Welsh based, we got to make things more difficult. We're not allowed to say Rio Grande, so we say Rio Grande.
Rio Grande. But a huge congratulations, first of all. And you guys did prior beat St. Ambrose University, but it was 2-1, so things were pretty close. They took rounds off you for sure. What are you thinking going into this match?
Well, honestly, we were super confident. We had plenty to VOD review off of. We played them in the past, and we realized exactly how they played. They played pretty bunker-esque, and they only really had Hines on the roam. So we realized that, and we knew we only had to really worry about one roamer max. The second we get rid of that, boom, attack is ours. Of course, on the off chance that we throw that, though, then it kind of went south. But we were going in pretty confident, so we were not worried. Coastline was a little sketchy for us, though.
Well, speaking of Coastline, I was gonna, I have to bring it up. It was your map choice, right? You go there,
Yep.
And you had a lot of success on the kitchen bomb site, both on attack and defense. You won it every time, but outside of that, it seemed like you're kind of struggling to find success. What do you think led to that? And in reflection, what would you maybe have done different?
There was definitely a lot of tension and comms. Once we started getting a couple rounds and we started to get it hyped up, and I will be the first to say, when we start to get hyped, we start to get cocky, and then we start to throw. We've done it in the past, so I just got to yell at them and tell them to straighten up, and then, we start doing pretty decent. But I think a lot of it boiled down to just communication errors. Once again, getting cocky.
Yeah, well, it looks like you guys are pretty aware of a lot of the problems that we did see, which is really nice, and that's a good sign that you guys will be able to continue to grow as a roster as we get to later seasons and over the summer. Well, you have plenty of time to be getting ready for next time.
Oh, yeah.
Elsewhere, while you guys were playing, and we got wind of this just before, but
he literally just came out.
Beat out the first seed in the pool, the only team that was able to defeat you. So you guys won't get that run back against the Carthage Firebirds, but Lebanon Valley College will be your opponents coming up next here. How do you feel about that on this initial thoughts on how that match is going to go for you guys?
Extremely confident. We've beat them 2-0 in the past, so yeah, I think we're gonna get a championship under our belt. Not getting too cocky. All respects to them, but
yeah, I'd hope not. We don't want to be thrown on getting too cocky.
Yeah. Looking at some of my teammates here, but yeah, well, I'm feeling confident. So, and we have plenty to VOD reviews, so I think we're gonna take the bag.
All right. Well, I like the confidence. Looking at this matchup, though, just to get back into that a little bit more, just to have a little bit more of a breakdown. You won on the opponent's map, Clubhouse, really close. And just in general, it was close to the first two maps, 7-5, 8-6. But then that last map kind of went a very different route. You guys started to kind of get a roll going. The timeout helped the other team a little bit, but then from there, your defenses were solid. You won out 7-2. What do you think kind of led into that? Do you think maybe it had to do with stamina? Was it play styles? Do you think that maybe the other maps were better suited for the other team, or maybe you're just started to find your rhythm?
I think we were starting to get warmed up, definitely. We had done a warm-up scrim before this, so typically that helps us a lot, but I think it just took us getting some balls rolling, get the momentum going, and then we just kind of went straight into it, confident like we always do. But primarily, I honestly think that they're the worst team on Chalet. I'm pretty sure we played them in the past. I've definitely watched them on Chalet in the past, and they definitely don't show any confidence. When they do start to get the ball rolling, though, then they do start going pretty hard, but ultimately they just don't have the confidence. The gunpowder especially, it kind of lacks a little bit. So I think that's where we just took the cake, and then bagged the 2-0, or sorry, the 7-2.
Yeah. Well, before we send you off for the night in your confident preparation for next week's match here, do you have anything or anyone to shout out here while you got the chance to just bring some attention to?
Well, shout out to my awesome teammates sitting right beside me and our awesome arena. Yeah, our director Ray, I think it's Red Dagger on Discord. He's awesome. He supports us a lot, and I mean, what can I say? We have all the support staff we really need, and so it definitely helps out in the long run. And then, you know, us backing each other up definitely helps out a lot. You know, so yeah.
Awesome. Congratulations, Caboose. Congratulations to your whole team, of course. You will now be the higher seed going into grand finals. So I bid you a good night. And to the viewers, of course, we'll also say good night. This is the last stream of the night, obviously the later one. And you just saw it here. You just saw the higher seed now for this division emergence. Going now, next Monday, I believe, will be that matchup in the finals. So come catch that. But for us, we're done. Have a good night.
Awesome. Yep. Good night.